monsters call me, I've answered before. I'd made many enemies, I'd settled my scores. But I did grow weary and I settled down and proudly bore the weight of my crown. I lived on my lonesome away in the far, where there was no violence to trouble my heart. I'd hung up my sword and I'd raised up my home, and I lied as I said that I never would go. But came a cry from a man that I'd known, someone to whom rare compassion I'd shown, and so I
Good evening, everybody. Hello and welcome. I am the Crown DM, and welcome to episode 26 of Cometh the Fall, Between a Rock. How is everybody doing this fine Friday evening? Hello, Varus, Ladavian, Zoro, Zebus, Prostar, Joe Blaine, Anubis, Nuclear Winter, FD, Killorn. Hello, everybody. Hi, folks. Hello, Idis. Let me tell you, I'm fucking excited. I've been waiting a whole week for D&D. There was no Cometh the Fall. There was no SOE. I've had a week, an entire week of no D&D. And now I'm waiting. Now I'm excited. Today is the day. And thank you all for joining me. Hello, Tay. Welcome. Imagine if someone do suplexes on tonight's episode. That would be a hell of a thing, FD. Maybe. Who knows? Excitement over... It was literally that. I woke up today and was like, God, I hope I get to play D&D. And then D&D rolled around. And now we're doing it. Hello, Tatsuya. Man. Today, the players find themselves beyond... beyond the purview of mortal men and deep within the bowels of an enemy territory. Battle has just concluded, except their warlock, Yuri Aziri, has been petrified by a basilisk mate in service to the basilisk king. Now the true problems arise. Hunted, targeted, the party needs to think quick, find a way out of here, or else it'll be their end, their doom. And I'm really excited. I don't even think we have to wait that long. I'm going to tell my players that I'm unmuting. And then we're going to hop right over. We're going to get introduced to our players, the party, one by one, figure out who they are, what they're playing, a little bit about them. And then we're going to get right into the recount of what happened last week. And then after that, it's right into the game. We're going to give them a moment longer. If you guys have any quick questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. Speak of the devil. Hello, Sizzle. Thank you very much for 7 months. Imagine we get to Sizzle and the intro is just silence. It's, you're not wrong, Varus. Don't panic. Don't panic. Very well. Let's transition over and meet our players. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Yo.
You're not committing any shenanigans, no, sir.
Oh, very good. Very good. How's everybody doing today?
Right now, I'm visualizing Sirik on top of my husband's shoulders, riding him like a child.
And holding his hair.
Okay.
It's oddly
Okay.
specific. I don't remember that being stated until now.
Well, hello, party. Welcome to episode 26 of Cometh the Fall, Between a Rock. We're going to do what we do every week. We're going to have you introduce your characters. One by one, you're going to tell me who you are, what you're playing, as in your race and your class, and a little bit about your character. We're going to go down the line, and then we're going to get to recounts. So, Alaric Cravain, if you'd be as kind.
Hello, everyone. I play Alaric of House Cravain, a noble household which hails from the unforgiving lands of Karim. Karim is an alpine home to many a stout tribe of steppe elves, tribes bound together by oaths of favor and worship to the many-faceted pantheon of the gods. Their people made tall and stout by the continuous test of their island home that is ever sieged by its simple nearness to the dread shrine. There's mostly half-elves in Karim, although there are plenty, I wouldn't call them segregated, but separated areas with wood elves and humans, depending on one's closeness to the coast and the mainland. Alaric, too, is a paladin of Shilier, and he's come to Tyros, finally, to the south of Tyros, to fulfill an oath to his master and see it through.
Thank you very much. Kellen Aldane.
I play Kellen Aldane, who's a variant human ranger, a member of the Grey Watch, a militant organization that fights monstrosities and other threats in the wilderness. Yeah, not much else to really say about him concisely. Right? Oh, well, I mean, recent revelations have led him to realize that he is a descendant of the humans of the First Age, the Arharani, the survivors, and has since then had questions for his parents. All right, we'll leave it there.
Thank you. Marana Lamordia.
Yes, I play Marana Lamordia, a level 3 Dampier rogue who has garnered strange powers for spirits that have passed on from this world. Marana hails from the distant land of Vinheim, a place where mages and dragon sorcerers rule. Her family in particular presides over Malgrove, the last bulwark between the sorcerers and the horrors that lie in the Grimwald beyond. Marana has found herself in the company of these fine folk after their escape from Hain Keep, and is now on her first real monster hunt. But it's going everything but according to plan.
Well put. Sabine Lillian Roser.
I play Sabine Lillian Rousser, female protector ASMR, and paladin of devotion. Hailing from Katarina, the center of art and progress, or so she thinks, of Tyros, she's a dame of the Order of the Rose, relishing in what other people feel, and her own feelings, currently mulling over the current situation on how to possibly save what she perceives as her friend.
Thank you. Silveril von Ashford.
Greetings. I am Silveril von Ashford, ward of House Ashford, the Swan Blades. I am a level 3 high fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. I endeavor to seek truth in all around me, and lead myself in odd actions. I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this is happening to me.
Thank you. And for a bit of a twist, Jorin. Would you please introduce your character?
I am Ilokria Yorin, the level 3 cleric dragonborn. Banished from my duty as a dragon rider. And after some years of quiet contemplation away from the civilizations of Tyros, I have reinvented myself as a man of the people, one to go out and help, not the nobility, not the Rin dynasty, but the common man, the sick, the needy, and the poor. During my travels I have met many, and before, and I was surprised when a friend from an older time contacted me and requested that I tag along a certain group of intricate characters. Arriving now to the camp, I see that things are not going as they planned. Indeed, I can only hope I arrive in time to save their skin and bring them back to the ones that, for some reason, enjoy their company.
Thank you. Now, of you 5, who recounted last week?
That would be me.
Perfect. Please pick somebody, not Yorin, to recount.
That would be Alaric.
Oh. Oh, that's right.
I warned you ahead of time, bro.
Oh, it was a long session, everybody, so, okay. Okay. Our day begun at the setting of Cometh. Scarce few days after having left Elonstir, we settled, all of us together, to some banter around the fire. This or that about Silreal's sleeping habits, the possibility of getting her a bell, and finally Yuria broke off the dull chatter so that we focused on our goals here. How to continue the hunt. Our next move, she called it, with that channeled gravity only her voice can attain. She looked, she's done since the beginning of this whole monster hunting affair, for Morana and Kellen's insight. Both, they agreed, continue the hunt against my own personal wishes. I originally wanted to take the regions of this slain basilisk back home, but they wouldn't have it, not even after I voiced it. I'd like to finish the hunt, they said. So we gathered our belongings and set off once more in search of this king. Morana contended that the king may not know what happened to his mate that we had just slain, that perhaps he stayed in a different hunting ground, and because of its presumed ignorance, we'd have a chance to find the other mate and finish them off without engaging the king, thus allowing us to face the king mateless, alone, and for it, vulnerable. I saw wisdom in this. But then Savine, for all her flaws, said the obvious that none else dared to say. We do not know where we need to go to accomplish this, and Yuria followed with the possibility that we may stumble upon it at a bad time. Horrible possibility. One followed by Kellen having said that for some reason he had the impression that the king would be alone in his lair. Yuria then expounded on the possibilities, that the king had already seen us, but we acted too quickly for him to intervene, that the mates were meant to return to the lair every night, and one messing would have tipped them off, that many possibilities could have very easily given away our intentions, and more importantly, hostile entities within its hunting grounds. And she was right. All such things were indeed possible. Yuria wanted caution, and she devoted that we should expect an ambush behind every bog, plus every ravine. She was given very little acknowledgement of this, with Lady Lamordia replying with nothing more than hopefully we ambush it first. Very optimistic. Admittedly, I was far beyond my element in all of this, hunting beast. I left it to the hunters to decide. I am a warrior. I only hope to remind them that, if it can't be courage, it could at least be prudence. We could go back, prep again, a supply. But no, the hunt was too important. Get it done, told me more things. Very well. I chose not to comment any further, and instead, as Yuria said to sleep much like the rest, I wondered to the group if perhaps we could do a round of storytelling around the fire. A chance to know one another. At home, it is considered an honor, a chance to preside over the flame and speak one's deeds. It is said that in homes one may speak to the spirits of the wild, and if they like what they hear, sometimes they speak back. Words of encouragement or, well, admonishment. But none were keen on telling a tale. I had my own, true, one with all of us included. But I wouldn't be the only one to tell a tale. It is simply not how it works. So we went to sleep. Tried. Before we truly could, we heard a sudden roar of anger or dismay in the distance. Immediately the presumption that the king had discovered its slain mate was upon us, and we delayed sleep again to ponder on the possibilities. Savira and Kellen suggested that, if we killed enough of its mates, hearing such emotional response would drive it insane. I thought they themselves were insane to suggest such a thing. We spoke then of how to go about ambushing it, delaying our sleep as Yuria laid out several plans, very dutifully dismantled by facts and the logic backed by what we knew were the enemy's abilities. It was at this point in the conversation that it dawned on me. Morana and Kellen meant to hunt this king as though he were a beast, a monster whose thought basis rode on instinct and base need. He's no beast. A monster, sure, but no beast whatsoever. Savine must have picked up on this as well. She explained how, since it was subject to human emotion, that we could exploit such realm of emotions by hitting it where it hurts, harming its mates, denying it food, demonstrating that in all of its sovereignty that it couldn't protect its realm, guard them, secure its hunting grounds, that through pushing it to such degrading extremes it expose itself, make a mistake we'd be able to exploit. All of that made sense, but how would we go about it? She also specified that the longer we waited, the more the king would be able to rally its thought process and grieve. After this, the conversation devolved into circles. Long, winding exchanges of thoughts and repetitions. We couldn't agree on anything, and some didn't even try. Everyone had their means of killing the king. Everyone was a hunter, but none would agree upon one. Before things went beyond words, Yuria suggested we slept. Again. And so we did, with Lamordi and I taking the first watch. And as we sat there, waiting, quiet and in the night, looking, a sudden gust of wind came clashing down from the sky, so violent and quick that it sent a flurry of embers from the flame up in the air, guttering the fire, killing it dead. With it, darkness set in. Color drained from the world into a bland black and white once the flame went away. Where then, I looked up. There, in the star-lacking sky, I saw a fast approaching silhouette, beating its wings, eyes hard and wet and heavy upon the floor. Just before it could see it crash, Yuria's darkness bubbled free from her tinkret and consumed our group, saving us again. And not a moment too soon. For the thing, well, I couldn't see it, had finally landed scarcely 10 to 20 strides away from the group. I could feel its lurching movement as its talons clawed closer, and dread as its beak hung over our group, massive and all-encompassing. I feel no shame in saying that I felt a great big terror coursing through my body. All my life, I've sought a worthy death to earn my seat at the Allfather's table. But I knew there'd be no glory in being torn apart by this harbinger of nature. And so, after Yuria warned us through Mindspeak that the thing gets stuck in camp, I decided to use the gift of tongues and speak to it. Perhaps, if it could hear in worded terms from the beak of another rock, it'd change its mind, or at least go elsewhere. I asked it what it wanted. It said it wanted us. I asked it if by us it meant food. It said yes, it wants food. So I opened my pack and threw its way as much food as I well could. Rations and things. Dry jerky and hardtack even though I promised it something else. Basilisk. It ate it even though it complained. But it gave Yuria the chance to comprehend the situation and cast the rest of our basilisk meat in its direction, letting it eat. And once it did, I told it that east, wrong direction as at late, is where we hunted our quarry, and that there's more if keen to hunt it down. Somehow, Shalir save us. It agreed. And it flew off, setting off towards the east in search of our enemies that it would probably not find. But that is all well and good with me, since it meant it didn't eat us. As soon as it did leave, and it was from beyond sight, we gathered our belongings and quickly, very quickly, set off again into the wilderness, stretching our schedule of rest to desperately cast around for a cave. Once we found it, gods be blessed, we lurked within and ensured its abandonment. And it was not used for quite some time, I believe. I could feel it, somehow. Then, there, we finally got ourselves some good rest, a proper night's rest. I didn't even need to hold watch, I was so tired. No one would wake me up, and when they did, it was to break camp and set off into the wilderness once more. We decided on heading further out west, until we hit a riverbank. As we walked there, in the dim-lit hours, all of a sudden, voice broke through our minds. A suddenness that tore through our memories and relived them. Without wanting, I thought of home again. Walked back to moments of my childhood I've been escaping since I was little. But there they were again, taking me away. Like a man waking up from a terrible nightmare, reorienting towards the daylight, and the world as it existed before I first stepped out of Rowfield and became exile with my master. How unrecognizable I would be to the young boy I was then. With this forced memory returned that sickening longing, and I did not know until this prying moment by the Basilisk King that even in the darkness I am grasping for it, still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping by the passing of time, by a past that is no longer present, regrets that can no longer be unmade. As the memories faded, and with them the feelings repressed with them, a regal voice broke through their fog, a self-righteous tone, pretentious and affected, not unlike a petty king's tone. Soon after that, I heard in its background, like a din even, my companions answering this creature, goading answers, baiting answers, full of derision. It asked us of our doings. It declared us criminals in its realm, murderers. They mocked. I was too shocked to hear its chosen words and terms, that like an arbiter of law demanded reparations for our slaying of its mates. Regicide, he called it. Its queen, was it? Is every mate of his a queen? The exchange didn't strike me as regal as it first seemed, from a superficial perspective. More so as the thoughts of a monster new to sentience, trying to emulate the nearest system of order to itself. Monarchy, or at least monarch. nature. Doing a terrible job of it too, does he not know that queen can only be one? Regardless, soon the trance broke, and we ourselves ran free of its mind-fogging iterations. We tacked them on ourselves then on what to do. The possibilities at hand, and because of it, re-enter that conversational circle of repetition and disagreement. The stress of it all must have gotten to Kellen, as he took this inopportune moment to remind us novels of how useless and unable we are in passive-aggressive manner, alienating essentially the party whole. Yuria took exception to this and began goading him with questions in bad faith of his past, of how long he'd been in the wilderness, of his capabilities. Unaware, couldn't blame him. Kellen bit her bait and answered, further making a fool of himself, much to the dark delight of our Easterling friend. Then, to top it off, the she-devil, to put a sherry on the nonsense, she patronized him into taking the lead, to proving us, the useless novels, how it is done. And again, Kellen was all too glad to accept, perhaps out of a point of ignorance or simply not wanting to deal with it anymore. So the party threw planning, or further planning, out the window, and put themselves in the ranger's hands, a decision Yuria wouldn't even be given the chance to regret. We set off down and further into the riverbank, Kellen's swamp. He had hoped to range around and further attract, I think, more of the king's mates. Through this, I didn't keep track. I was too tired, man, at this point. So I walked instead, staying close to the party until night drew in and we set camp beside the riverbed. We arranged our bedding, and on one of the first watches, Yuri and I were made to keep guard. We sat in silence before the fire, she and I. Companionable silence. Before we couldn't even draw a breath that wouldn't be turned to words when we were alone. But now it seemed to me we had been drawn and evolved into that understated sense of understanding that only prolonged moments of quiet bring about. I learned in that single hour just how subtle she can truly be. How silent. If only I had known that she'd remain so for far longer than I could ever imagine. For as I looked at her, sat by the fire, a basilisk in the outskirts of our camp traded looks with her and encased her body in stone. I scrambled for my hammer as fast as I could, and with a sudden fury that I didn't know sat within me, I raged against the night, against the beast, chased after it, bashed it with my hammer, and the camp rose to fight them back. There was another, but I never got to see it. Given enough time, we killed one of them, ran the other off. And that is where we left off.
As adrenaline surges, the heat of battle still radiating in this singular moment, we pull our attention away into the thicket. A lone figure, clad in chainmail, striding with a purpose, the sounds of combat being what drew you away from your own camp. And eventually you would see it. The dim, flickering light at the edge of the thicket. The sound of combat coming to an end. The screaming noises, the death throes of the creatures falling silent. You arrive, Yoren, at their camp. As we change your tokens on the overlay. Oh, that's not appropriate. Why'd you do that? You're supposed to be transparent. Well. We'll get that fixed in just a moment.
Yep.
Technical difficulties.
You would be arriving right where one of the basilisks had been felled, their body falling to the ground. Question: do you have dark vision?
Do Dragonborn normally have dark vision?
Typically, no.
No, you would not.
Would you be traveling with a torch or navigating only with that light being your beacon?
He would have his warhammer out, and he would have cast light upon it.
Very
So
good.
It would be glowing.
Let there be light.
Bright, pure light. Not the heated light of a torch, but white.
Perfect. And to top it all off, let's change your token too. To a proper token. Are you actually able to move your character token?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And I was... Oh, he's back.
Indeed. You will find that your token has been brought in line with the rest of them.
Nice.
Emerging from the thicket, a felled basilisk with an arrow protruding out of its spine. You arrive, Jordan. The rest of you would hear it and see it, the emerging light from the thicket. Previously sourceless, now emerging from one being, a gold dragonborn.
Jordan would pause in front of the dead basilisk, giving a moment to hear for further signs of battle. Finding none, he introduces himself with a very obvious statement. I see I am late.
Alaric is kneeling beside the slain basilisk, held aloft only and simply by his hammer that he's chosen to tent against the ground by its head with his right hand. With it, he's keeping himself from crumbling. I think his other hand is... I'd say it's hard against his chest, trying to catch that inner feeling of disease and nausea swelling up from his stomach as he gags and coughs and spills slush of green on the ground.
Marana, kind of taken aback by this sudden voice and light from the darkness of the thicket, turns a little bit to where she hears him, and for a moment you can see that she pauses it as if going to look up, but casts her eyes back down and calls out, Who are you? Knocking an arrow back.
I am a friend of a friend, brought here out of the concerns of those you left in Elion.
Silveril would just be staring, like
Sabine
mouth partly agape, just like holding herself up with her sword, just staring at him.
I believe you were old friends of Geralt, yes?
Sabine would insert herself between Yuria and the new Dragonborn.
This Dragonborn is... how tall is Alaric, actually?
He's 7'3".
Okay, then this one is almost as tall as Alaric, but much wider. Although, while he has the presence of a Dragonborn, what he's wearing and how he looks is as a stark contrast to what some might consider the appearance of a dragon rider. The chainmail is laying over with simple sackcloth robes, not unlike a monk's robes. The hood parted back to reveal his scaly face. What was once perhaps glittering gold has been marred and has, through travel, sort of faded to almost a sheen of bronze. You can see several scars along the face, and he has two tendrils that sort of act as a sort of a mustache that hang off his nose, but one has been snipped short, probably through combat. You can tell almost immediately, if you look at his face, that this is an older dragonborn, and not one parading around Alon's colors or accompanied by a rider or a dragon. The only symbol he has to Bahamut is a iron chain with a rudimentary symbol, sort of this iron circle hanging from iron chain, with a. If you look closely and squint, it almost looks like the head of a dragon. It is clearly handmade, but not by an expert. It is almost barbaric in its simplicity.
What Glenn sent you?
Geralt. His eyes linger on Sabine. You think me another basilisk, do you?
I don't know what I think you are, but if I can, I will protect her. We only just met.
You are protecting who? You see him tilt his head, trying to peer past your shoulders.
She would glance back at the statue of her friend.
It's hard to read the face of a dragonborn, but you can see his snout tilt up, and he makes a small groan. Geralt will not like that. I presume that was one of yours?
Yes. Yes.
Right. Well, he takes a careful step towards the party, eyes flickering towards the woman with the bow. I do not mean you harm, though I am not surprised by your reaction. Your blood likely still hot, out of fear and the adrenaline of combat.
Marana kind of wrinkles her nose, eventually kind of tracing the line in the sand up, kind of taking him in from the feet up. Again, very cautious to even look him in the eye for fear of further mind trickery. She seems to maybe from Yoren's perspective, calm down. She doesn't seem to be panting or breathing heavily, but she still kind of keeps trained on him. Lowered, albeit, but still at the ready.
I have been tagging along behind your party for a few days now. I revealed myself when I heard combat. It is clear the creature you hunt is now hunting you. It's shame the ambush is what lured me here, and not before, or perhaps I could have helped your friend. Nevertheless, we should get the rest of you out to safety, yes? can't imagine losing one of your friends was part of some elaborate scheme.
She is not gone.
You think you can save her from this fate?
We are not going to leave her behind. Stone or not. We've only just finished fighting these beasts.
Halric takes that last hark back and spits what's left of the vilest in him to the side before he stands up, his body lurching along, barely able to be upright. And he turns, looking to the Dragonborn, with a very careful crease to his brow and narrow eyes, although his eyes are always narrow. Who is this? Did you just arrive? I'm dizzy.
He patiently repeats himself. I am a friend of Geralt, and therefore a friend of yours, sent by him to help you escape with your lives if it is needed, which it seems that it is. He would slowly walk towards Alric. May I?
As he approaches Alaric, there's this immediate stiffness to his being and a very clear apprehension on his face. And the closer he gets, he holds up a palm and goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down. How can we? Alaric looks to the rest for a moment, motioning to them vaguely. How can we trust you?
You think me some sort of trap?
The trap? No, it is common sense. Don't take it personal. We've had it hard.
Well, what could I do? You still outnumber me. Wounded as you are, clearly. I could leave, if it makes you feel better. I would prefer, however, not to.
Don't make it too complicated. Just tell us something only Geralt would know.
I see him blink. How would you know what only Geralt knows?
I'd feel it out. I think I have a good grasp of the man.
You see his jaw work, scratching under the chin. He and I were friends when he was the champion of Ashford.
Alaric kind of turns his weight onto his left foot from the right, and his arms come to cross in front of his chest with a goading look, as in expecting more, obviously.
He would never admit it, but he was a bit of a show-off back in the old days. Very flashy. Not like he is today. Not like I am today. We have both changed and grown.
He nods very slowly. Was he a great warrior, as they say?
He snorts. Of course. Since when has anyone ever lied about being a champion of Ashford, or have claimed it without their due?
I'm not sure. I don't hold the best of opinion. But if you've known him from then, and if you're anywhere near his match, then I'm glad you're here. We need your help.
Yes, you do. He would scrabble up the rock side. now within only a few feet of Alaric. Do you mind if I take a look at your wounds?
I am fine.
No, you are not.
I am.
You are,
Not as-
you are spitting blood and poison. Do not lie to me.
To be worse, I could be a statue.
I unfortunately cannot fix that, but the ones who still live, I can help. And with that, he would reach out to touch your arm. The other hand going to the necklace around his thick neck. And if you would allow him, you would feel that.
I'm kidding. No, what?
All right, and you would
No.
feel
Allow.
Inflict wounds.
inflict wounds 3d10.
Hello.
Surprise. No, you would feel a sensation course through your body as he casts Cure Wounds on your stupid ass.
Terosians. Who would like to roll me a history check? This pertains to Dragon Knights as a whole.
Oh,
I'll
absolutely.
give it a go.
Those were the first dudes that showed up in Karim.
Cool. I'm interested in learning about myself too. What the hell's a dragon?
A dragon.
Oh, what?
Never heard of you.
Where's your wings at, huh?
You one of them bastards? You finally figured out how to stand?
He a basilisk. I'm telling you, he's a basilisk.
We know that he's good eating.
Dragonborn, colloquially known as Dragon Knights, are the chosen of Bahamut. At least metallics are. From birth, from the point of their creation, they are given the title of Lord. They are automatically a part of Terosian politics. They become a land-owning noble from the moment of their birth. They are trained as nobles. They are given a noble upbringing and eventually enter into the service of Aland itself, under the High King. They serve as dragon riders in most cases. All Dragonborn, regardless of their place, if they are metallic and are in Tyros, are a lord. But they are warriors first and foremost.
Do we all know this?
Everybody but Sabine, because Sabine didn't roll.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Where's your Cure Wounds roll?
I was waiting for the lordum. There you go, bud.
Give me back my hit points.
Hold on, didn't cast. Boom.
Starting out strong.
And because he is a life cleric, does it automatically count?
It is with an instinct that Alaric reaches up to hold his hand over his as the light begins to flood in, or the light of the effect itself that shines the curing of wounds. And his expression, not out of any congenial thought for Locria, but rather just coming down with exhaustion, softens. Who do you serve that you're here? I don't imagine it was just old friendships that compelled you to look for us.
That is exactly what it was. You overestimate your importance in Eland. But to answer your question, I serve Bahamut, and my name is Yorin to answer what will inevitably be your question eventually.
We all serve Bahamut. But who do you serve here on Tyros? Who lands you? What are these colors? Faded. You do not make sense to me, Yorin.
He nods. I understand your point. I would explain once we are safely away, and you may ask all the questions you wish. For now, let us focus on escape, if that is what you wish, and what I recommend.
It is. Alaric kind of rallies towards the party. We should grab Yuria and get out of here. To the town.
Yes, I agree.
Kellen, what have you been doing?
He's been kind of staring between Yuria and then off into the woods in his head. He's been thinking about the logistics of this particular problem. So he's been kind of listening, but thinking mostly.
Understood.
Is there something I was needed for?
Nope, you're just quiet, so I figured I'd poke.
Oh, you're good.
Silril would offer her hand to Alaric to help him guide him down the little steep edge here.
He very happily accepts the help. And she'd see as he walks how the dizziness makes his feet nearly tumble together on the way down.
She would help support him.
Yorin would cast one look over his shoulder into the forest. Did any of your attackers escape?
There was another. I thought he'd cut away, but I never saw it. And that's when he turns and sees the basilisk down. Oh, never mind.
I understand you are hunting basilisks, but that is about all I know. Have you taken your quarry? Is the hunt over?
No. These were just the basilisk's mates. The king basilisk, he remains at large.
Then you are hunted still, potentially. And you have a new cargo. You see his blue eyes glance over to the stone statue.
We will be taking her with us.
I will not argue with you. But how?
Whatever it takes.
Mr. Guillen, how well am I informed of the local area? And would I know if the fairy town is closer to where we are than Elion?
Well, you would know that already. You would know that Aram's Ferry, in terms of travel, getting to Aram's Ferry would be far easier than getting to Eliond. It is a simple travel north, maybe, well, added cargo notwithstanding, a few days. Back to Eliond with this much cargo, depending on how you're moved, you're probably counting a week or more. However, you run the risk. You're still in the king's domain.
This is all things that he would visibly be considering as he has the habit of scratching his lower jaw in thought. The presence of a beard, sort of implied, but obviously there is none. It's a somewhat human gesture, oddly enough.
Could we build something? Or whatnot? I can move her once a day, 30 feet. But that may not work as well.
It certainly doesn't sound sustainable.
I can try to push her farther, but the farthest I have ever moved anything was when I saved her last time.
My bedroll is very large. I could slide her into it. Caution in the event there is an accident.
I myself have traveler's gear. I have rope with me. Perhaps you could use that for leverage. Tie it around the bedroll. Assuming your bedroll does not tear under the weight, he would wander over just to confirm and sort of very gingerly wrap his fingers around the sitting woman and sort of give it a tug up to test the weight.
Yeah, roll me in athletics. She doesn't budge.
You see him grunt and then release. That is a very heavy woman.
Heller kind of elbows past Siluriel. You need help?
No, I was only testing the weight. Probably best not to move her until we know what we want to do with her.
So a very exasperated look on Alaric's face as he reaches up and presses a whole right hand across the whole of his left face, covering it entirely. We need to do something. We can't leave her like this.
It would also be at this time where not even the fatigue of battle, but the fatigue of the day begins to wear on you. Your rest was interrupted. Now, you could go beyond the normal limit and attempt to exert yourself. However, you run the risk of potentially gaining points of exhaustion in doing so. However, do you want to risk sleeping again? We also just lost a party member.
Indeed.
Ooh, internet troubles.
Good, that gives me a chance to catch up with my notes.
Perfect. We'll give her a minute. She straight up died.
Is that Jim?
When did she drop out?
Just like a few seconds ago.
Oh, okay.
Basically, when you were talking about whether we should rest or not.
Oh, okay. Welcome back. Everything good?
My computer shut down, but other than that, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Do you want us to give you a minute so we can all get set back up, or?
I'll be back in like literally a second.
Okay.
That's too long. Hurry up.
Then we continue apace. Again, your rest was interrupted. You can attempt to exert yourself, potentially gaining exhaustion in doing so, or not at all. However, you are still within the domain of the king. And as it stands, at least currently, you have a pretty big target on your back. What are you guys doing?
We're going to get Juria, regardless of exhaustion, lift her up somehow through what means we agree upon, and going to get her out. That's Alaric's idea.
Yorin was sent to rescue the party, so that's what he intends on doing, and would probably agree to move now instead of waiting and trying to sleep again. He turns to the rest of the party. Does anyone else have anything that could help us with this in their packs?
I have rope, and perhaps we can fashion a makeshift litter for her to be carried upon. It would certainly make dragging her easier.
Morana pauses for a moment and goes into her bag as well, and has much the same in terms of standard adventurer's gear, a bedroll, some rope, but not much else that would be of use moving something.
What of them? He jerks a thumb towards the general area of the corpses of the basilisks, their bodies now lost in the dark, at least for him.
We don't have time. We cannot harvest them, we cannot carry them. We have to get Yuria out of here. We might take too long, and that little time is time too precious to waste on the corpses.
Walking away, Silrel would pull the tear from beneath her armor on her neck, and she would attempt to talk into it.
Okay.
It's
What are
very,
you saying?
very whispered talking. So she doesn't look like an insane person. I am unsure if you can hear me, or if this works the way I'm thinking. Olwyn, I will not call upon you, as you are a celestial being of good. But as your chosen champion, or something, I think, God, this is crazy. Could you send aid? Perhaps pixies. They were enthralled with your existence. Something we have lost. Yuria has lost the ability to move, and we need help. If you can find it in your time and space to help us, please.
Cyril von Ashford. You have you have protected Olwyn's domain. You have slain enemy minions. Go ahead and roll a D100 plus 20 as you beseech Olwyn Goldemain, protector of the Southlands. Okay.
She will hold a tear in her fingers with the silence and ever growing doubt that she is an idiot.
Tell me, what has happened?
There's a pause. A very stark pause for her. She doesn't deal with gods or any of the sort. Yo, Celestianus,
Please.
yo stunned to stone
You know
by a
my name.
basilisk.
I'm not a deity, nor am I a god. I am but a humble servant of one.
Right. Olwyn, I am unsure if we lost Yoya completely. But she has been turned to stone by a basilisk. We are unsure what to do, but if we stay in our current place, it is undoubtable that many of us will follow her, either in death or in stone.
What has happened to her body? Does she remain hale and whole, at least bodily?
I'm unsure how it happened as I was asleep, but when I saw her, she has turned to a black stone. All parts of her remain intact.
If you are as in danger as you say you are, I cannot make it to you in a short amount of time. What I can do is offer the blessing of the forest. It will not last long. It will provide protection for but a day. Enough protection for you to be away from your immediate threat. What are your plans?
They have made plans to leave. There is a fairy town north of here. We are hoping that we can drag her, transport some kind of way her there. And from there we can get away. We have a duty here to wipe out these basilisks. But we also have a duty to her. And we cannot fulfill the safety of the Southlands without her.
Very well. I will offer what protections I can, as far from the grove as you are. You will have a day, shielded from whatever lurking eyes there may be, but only a day. You have until then. After that, the protection fails, and you are made visible once more. If there is a creature following you and your companions, they will surely see you. Move fast.
Thank you.
All of you would feel a strange sensation wash over you. This, no more than half a second, almost missable in this moment, where everything ceases to move, or where almost all of the snowflakes that fall catch themselves midair, as if all air had just vanished and then reappeared. All of you, Yorin included, now hold a faint glimmer, an etherealness that clings to your person. For the next day, you are shielded from prying eyes. You are, for all intents and purposes, off the radar. You have one day.
As she reapproaches everyone, the tear hanging outside her armor and holding onto it. We have a day of protection. Olwen has offered us a day of protection. I suggest we use it.
Yorin, who was at this point pulling out the rope from his sack and about to ask for the bedrolls, seeing as that was the best option, sort of pauses when the sensation begins to occur, and you see his eyes start to dart to the rest of the party, and he's just about to object when Siluril informs them of what's going on. You can see the querying look from him to you, but knowing the situation, you can see his jaw snap shut and focus on the task at hand. All right. Well, I believe you wanted to cushion her transportation with bedrolls. I cannot say it's the best form of transportation, but I suppose that is the best we can do. I will tie it once you cover her to offer some leverage for the physical act of moving this rather heavy object.
How will we hold her?
She seems heavy, but perhaps Tunjorin and I could lift her.
Indeed.
Sure.
Although you did say you yourself can move her for a time.
I have only ever made split movements. Fast. 30 feet at most. If we had a cart or a way to transport her, I could move her onto it.
Unless, were I a wiser creature, I would have requisitioned a cart as the price. But here we are.
Sabine begins looking at the logs around the camp. what that intelligence check was possibly making some sort of rolling mechanism to make the transportation a little bit easier. How round are the logs, that type of thing is what she was assessing.
You know, you can just ask. You don't just gotta roll.
Well, that was from me. Basically, would she be smart enough to even her brain go that way? You know what I mean?
Well, confer with the party. I want to hear what the consensus is. As it stands, at least until you are physically seen, at least, you're protected from prying eyes. What is the plan, party?
Maybe we can turn these logs into some sort of mechanism to be able to roll her a little bit easier.
You have tools?
No, but we have blades. We can do something.
Very crude work. It could fail us down the line and drop her somehow.
I'm not.
Not to mention that moving heavy weight in that fashion is an excruciating task that would take us quite a long time.
Well, we could always build a raft and float her up the river to the ferry.
That is not actually a bad idea. In theory. Assuming she does not get away from us or fall off the raft and end up in the water.
Isn't the river flowing south?
Correct. It is flowing out into what is technically known as the Bay of Kedemir. You can certainly try. Hell of a way for a character to end up as a Murloc home ornament, though.
Finally, I can meet the Sahagin again. 500 years from now.
That's right. When they finally unpetrify you. And the whole world's been drowned.
Progress. The Yuria in the future plot arc. Let's go.
Nice.
Epic.
Gotta get back to the past.
So far, the plan seems to be the gurney or the litter. The I forget what it's actually called, but the equivalent of what was used to build the pyramids, or a raft. If you're doing any of those, I'm gonna need some checks, as you do lack tools. Unless, Jordan, you have any tool proficiencies and or tools on you currently?
Why, yes, I do. Herbalism kit. Not gonna help.
Belay my last.
Man, you had your chance.
You're right. I should have come
I was
in
like,
with archery
damn.
tools.
Oh, you should have come prepared to save your own character. What are you doing?
You know, I actually was very concerned about that. Like, people would call me a scumbag for just popping in, being like, I can cure, and then leaving.
I don't think so. I think it's what people should be thinking is that you want to keep playing Dungeons and Dragons. Like, that's it.
If we have this for a day, another thing we could possibly do. We can send our two fastest, the ones who know everything. Since it is a day's worth of protection, send them out. To maybe try and get what we have back to get that tincture while we stay back here and guard her?
No. We are to leave. We have a day.
I agree with the elven one. We should use whatever blessing was given, while we have it, and try to get as far away from here as we can.
Agreed.
With that in mind, I think the quickest thing we can do is our first idea. And perhaps along the way we can come up with another, better, more long-term idea once we have started making progress.
I think that sounds wise.
I am glad you think so. Now, unfortunately, someone will have to sleep in the mud. Who is sacrificing their bedroll?
I already gave mine away. It is the largest, so it will accommodate the most. Take it.
It might be better
Very
with
well.
2. She was using mine anyway, so with 2, hopefully half the chance of failure.
Good. I will not have to sacrifice my own and sleep in mud. He would begin covering up the lady statue with with first Alric's bedroll, and then if that isn't enough to cover it, go up the other end with Kellen. And about the time he finishes with Alric's, he would look to Alric for assistance in lifting her up and covering the other half.
He is assisting from the start, unspooling his own length of rope, and whatever he's covering with the bedroll, he is following with the rope, making sure it's tight-fitting as possible. And when she needs to be moved, he'd help move her very carefully, never using any extremities or anything of the sort, always using her midriff, her waistline. You know what I mean? So there's no leverage or
I'm going to
anything like that.
need some checks. Firstly,
That's what I figured.
I'm going to need an athletics check. Secondly, I will be needing a survival check. Thirdly, I'll be needing a dexterity check.
Ooh, great. Good thing the cleric's doing this.
You are being assisted. So, if Alaric has proficiency in all of those things, you will roll with advantage. The dexterity check, however, will be rolled individually between both of you.
I'm assuming the survival check is the rope tying.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
The athletics is to ensure that you're not holding her elbow, for example, and break her arm.
That's why I specified. He's never using
Exactly.
her limbs for that. Yeah.
Because again, your lifting and everything like that is solid. For you, Alaric, you can lift, I believe you can lift, drag, and pull up to like 500 and something pounds.
Yes.
She is 1,000 currently.
Right.
So, this is why we need those checks.
Yeah, he absolutely cannot lift her on his own. At all.
Wunderbar. Athletics, survival, dexterity. Let's see them.
I give you advantage on both. Maybe I should be the one to roll, though.
You should roll yours.
Okay.
I'll allow it
Oh, okay.
after you had already rolled.
Was that not? Was that not? I thought that's how we did it. We could either roll separately or roll with advantage.
So who is taking the survival then?
Once the bags are on, Jordan would have the rope in his hands, and you could see him pause. I have dealt with, fascinating creatures with rope before, but none of you happen to be a sailor in this regard.
No.
There is a slow shake of the head. No.
I know how to navigate a ship, but I only know rigging in theory. Never had a chance to do the knots myself.
I'm fairly good with knots.
All right. If you wish, he offers the rope to Kellen.
Alright, so you want me to roll a survival?
Correct.
With advantage?
Who is assisting?
Assuming Alaric. Or somebody.
Well, I would, but I don't have proficiency in survival.
Yeah, Alaric will go in with theory.
Jordan
And-
has big, meaty claws, so...
The theory is always appreciated.
Perfect. Let's see that survival check.
Oh, 15.
Thank God for advantage.
Mhm.
Finally, having secured both of the bedrolls, having begun the final process of tying the rope, hitting all of the anchoring portions of the body to ensure that the rope doesn't catch on any unnecessary spot, causing this weight difference. I need the dexterity check, which is a individual roll. This is to ensure that all of the ropes, all of the knots are properly tied.
So, who do you want dexterity checks from?
Is it one person or from anyone and everyone involved?
Well, you're the one tying it, Kellen.
Don't make the cleric roll dex.
Or the paladin.
So the answer is you want me to roll the dexterity check. Just a normal roll?
Seems like they're pointing at you.
Seems that way.
For mine, it sounds like you're essentially going over it and double checking.
Correct.
Ugh. My rolls are not good today, clearly.
Looks good.
Okay.
Checks out.
Oh, shit.
Oh, boy.
Looking it over, the bedrolls are fastened, the ropes secure. You give them a couple testing tugs. Oh, this could work. Hopefully. Well, party. You have your litter prepared. I'll say say it took you half an hour. All things considered.
Half an hour?
Indeed.
Very generous, thank you.
A little time to try and get moving, I guess.
You tell me?
With the everything prepared and checked, Yorin would, with his hands on his hips, nod approvingly at the bundle now that looks like a corpse in rope. Well, I have not had the pleasure of combat, nor am I injured, so I will take one end. Who wants the other?
Alaric doesn't wait for volunteers, he just kind of moves on over to the other end. There's a bit of stretching involved. He half squats, pulls at his hands, kind of stretching out his wrist, fanning out his shoulders, flexing free his elbows, rolling his head. Bunch of popping of muscles and bone and things fitting into place in preparation and preamble for this really fraught activity he's about to undertake. You have Alaric's help. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Gentlemen,
Very good.
despite your best efforts, you fall just short, I'm afraid. In terms of weight, she is just barely too much for Alaric and Yorin.
Silver will walk up next to Jordan.
Well, there's a bit of a engineering critique I could make. If the two of you only take one end and let the back end drag, you're distributing most of the weight so that the heaviest portion is on the stick hitting the ground while you're only basically having to move half of it while pulling. A litter usually meant to be dragged.
This is still accounting for them dragging.
I thought they were trying to carry it.
No,
like
no.
a
This is for
hospital gurney.
dragging. When you
Okay.
drag, pull, or push, you use your strength modifier times 30. That's what you're capable of moving. Yuri, as it stands, is close to 1.1k. With Alaric and Yorin combined, they fall literally just short and are
We need
incapable
your,
of moving her.
It's Siluriel up in here is what he's saying.
Yeah, Yorin grips one end and with confidence tugs, And then once it doesn't budge, you see him pause and then try again. And then try again, like with nostrils flaring with a slight wheeze before he eventually just, I would say drop it, but it hasn't actually moved for him to be able to drop. So he just releases. And you see like his hands go to his back like an old man and he sort of stretches. Well, it's been a few years since my youth.
I will
Coughs
try.
uncomfortably. Oh, good. Here, let me help in another way. And his talon will touch your shoulder and he will cast guidance upon you to help instead.
Perhaps you could help by walking in front of us. You can... This may sound rude, and she'll lean over. Does he have a tail?
Yes.
You could help level the ground as you walk with your tail. It is something that I have seen usable before.
Are you asking him to Zen garden the path for you?
Bro, are we curling?
Him to, as she has seen in the past, maybe make the ground more accessible with his tail as they walk.
You want me to flatten the ground with my
Not
tail?
flatten it, that would be too much to ask and take too long. What if there is something you could sweep out of the way? That would make her impact across the ground smoother.
I think the rest of us can help with that, pushing little rocks and such out of the way if there is any.
I want to see him do it with the tail. We all have our roles to play, Jordan.
Plural size.
If I were any other, he sighs and begins sweeping away the area with his tail.
Decades ago. Striding next to your dragon. Wind through your scales, and here you are. Chosen of Bahamut, clearing the path. However, how perfect this. The humanitarian helping. Demeaning as it may be on the surface, you are helping.
She didn't mean it in any kind of demeaning way.
Alaric is being absolutely demeaning, by the way.
She was just being practical.
It is practical, and that's why he agrees. It is, however, also somewhat embarrassing to use your tail as essentially a broom.
Previously a bludgeon, now a broom.
Yep.
So,
Well, and I know that we're in a hurry. Are we sure we don't want to try to salvage another remedy from that one basilisk? Maybe two is better than one.
Yes, I thought we were strapped for time.
Apparently we have a full day of protection from...
To flee. Unless there is something critical that you need from that creature, I would not recommend. He pauses. You all still have food, yes?
More or less.
Then what else do you wish to take from it?
The glands that can possibly be used to make a potion to change her back.
You see his head tilt. Is that the only way to cure her?
Unless you know a cleric of great power.
You see him open his mouth to respond and then close it. Not anyone within practical range, no.
I think Helen is right. What if the answer to her cure is right here, and we're too eager to leave? Perhaps one alone is not enough.
We can extract it and catch up with you if need be.
And we know what we're looking for now. Our exploration with the last one, we could make quick work. It's not like we're trying to salvage the meat of bones or anything, just the glands.
Shouldn't be too hard either, given that our friend here will leave you a trench to follow.
I guess I would be able to track that in the dock easily enough. It won't take but a few moments.
I'll stay back to make sure they can see.
Just so I'm aware, we're splitting the party.
Savine was... Alaric was about to tell Savine that she needs to stay with the party. Because somebody
think
needs
we
to protect them.
I hate
Yeah, I think we should just hurry up and grab the thing and go.
Glands. Yeah.
Glands and go.
Yeah, it won't. I mean, we're not trying
We're
to
not
salvage
trying to
the whole
harvest the
thing.
wholesale creature this time.
Yeah, just the one part, and then get on getting on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if they want to wait, well, we just do that real quick.
Yeah, since we know what we're looking for this time either, I would hope that it would be a faster.
Not that I'm a fan of backtracking, but could that have been something they were doing while we spent 30 minutes trying to get her bundled up?
That is a good point.
You can say no. Just wondering.
I'll
Get
allow,
this-
but I still need
Okay.
the nature check.
Sure.
This is to harvest
Actually.
specifically the gland.
Actually,
Yeah.
to play judge and be fair,
Ooh,
Marana
that's
would
right.
have to do it because
yeah, it
Kellen
would
was
be
helping.
Marana because Kellen was helping.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Marana Lemordia,
Oh, you want me to do it?
monster hunter.
Yeah, sure.
I need a nature check. You have
Oh,
two
boy.
chances.
I threw up last time, so I don't think I can help. Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll
pretty
go ahead
bad.
and we'll try.
Perfect.
Human remains? Ah, fine. Animal creature? Fucking out, bro.
13?
I think you said you had 2 chances.
The DC is 15.
Yikers.
Just take the whole head, man. Just drag it along with us. It's in there somewhere.
If kind of having seen Yaren do that thing with Silurel, can any of your magic help me?
So Urine was helping with.
Oh,
This was
this
supposedly
is before.
during.
This is before. Okay,
If he
sorry.
can-
You could ask Silurel, but...
I like to imagine that Marana wanders over, and then all Siluro hears is the like the cut of the meat, and she just like not even
I don't
looking,
know.
just hears it.
I don't know if I've ever seen Silurel cast guidance, so yeah.
No.
No. Okay, that's what I meant. All right, never mind. I'll
just
give it another
meant
shot.
So
With the
assuming
holding of your tools or help with...
Yeah.
You go.
Scalpel.
Yeah, essentially.
All right.
So I
Give it another
could-
go.
I could give you guidance, but it would have to be after we were ready to bundle up, therefore delaying us. So you can
Well-
either
Yeah.
try
no.
again, I would think. DM, correct me if I'm wrong.
To be fair, you guys already have a bile, or you already have a vial of basilisk bile.
Yeah, but it always helps to have more.
True. You have one more attempt. DC 15.
All right, here we go.
This is a nature check.
Just fucking...
Hey, 16.
Okay.
Oh.
You done yet?
You you botch the first one. The for being
I imagine it.
for being a
I imagine it
partially
just like ruptures and then just.
it's literally nerves, right? This the anxiety of the situation now sort of beginning to settle, that the adrenaline has worn off. And as you attempt to very delicately remove the gland to begin extracting the bile, it is just a slip, a twitch of your arm, of your muscle that causes you to nick it, and as a result, the bile just filters through the rest of the body, spoiling the meat, and pretty much ruining it on the first one. The second one, however, you've sort of taken that deep breath, sort of stealing your nerves, reminding yourself that your father might not call you it, but you are Lamortia. Cutting
Sabine's
in
trying
your...
I'm so sorry.
Sabine's trying to imagine a different type of squelching noise.
What?
Nope, it's full on
Oh
squelching.
my god.
And you manage
Oh.
to extract the gland.
Cyril, can you help?
Never mind, I found it.
So yeah, that gets
Hold
put into
this.
one of her remaining vials, so only 2 remain.
Remember, because how the small the vials are, it used multiple vials to hold one vial's worth.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. So it's probably gonna use up all 3 of my remaining ones.
I believe that's what we did last time.
Yep.
We used 2 last. Whatever. Either way.
Either
We'll
way,
figure it out.
yeah.
So, as it
And she's
stands, you
gonna-
have a fresher version, which will last 7 days naturally inside of the bag. It'll last for 14 days.
Yeah, it's going in the bag.
Indeed. Your other one has already been ticking away. So,
Yep. It helps to have a fresh one.
Into the
All right.
blood bag.
Into the blood bag. Yep.
managing to rip it free, extract, in the time that your party has secured Uria Zairi, you return, hopefully having washed your hands or not. I'm not the police. Of
Not your
which
mom.
you find yourself
Presty,
back with your party.
Presty, just all over you, every part of you. I'm clean, Sora.
No, you're not.
Are you sure?
There's a moment though, where it's like, looking at blood on her hands, considering, but then it just gets prestied away.
Oh, my lunch.
So, party.
And yeah, rejoins.
We're underway, I guess.
Yes, I do believe we are now actually traveling.
Siluril and Alaric will need to be the ones dragging. As such, your movement is slowed. You will need some good survival checks to navigate through these hexes and away from your would-be assailant. As it stands, you are attempting to make your way up to the ferry. On a failed survival check, it'll be 1 hex per day. On a successful, you will travel normally 2 hexes per day. Kellen Aldane, you are by yourself. Let's say that's survival check.
So are you prefacing this as difficult terrain?
I am prefacing this as 2 of your compatriots are not able to travel at normal speeds.
I'd like to cast guidance on Kellen to give him a D4, because
Perfect.
I hope you guys are used to hearing that.
Oh, I imagine.
Are you ready?
You know my rule for buffs.
Ah, yes.
So,
I definitely remember. Smile. Let's go. The one guy. Every time. I don't think I've ever seen guidance give anything more than a fucking 1. I think it's karma.
nice.
Survival. 16.
Technically a 17.
Yeah,
Good. Above
Yeah,
the
yeah.
DC. The problem here, however, is that into your first hex, if you would please be as kind as to move, there are 2 things that come about. 1, the bindings that hold Uria together fail. And in your travel, Siluril and Alaric would feel the weight lax entirely, where you're just walking. And it's only after a moment that you realize Uria is not being drug along with you. The previous bindings having failed. On top of that, moving into the next hex, I need con saves from all of you, as you are well beyond the 24-hour point of rest. And this is your exhaustion check.
Does that include Yorn?
Technically, yes. You did not get a rest.
True. So, what are we rolling?
Constitution saving throw.
I'm not very constitutional, I'm afraid.
Wow.
Oh, never mind. I
I
am.
know my job and I do it well.
Kellen, Marana, Yorin, you all have 1 point of exhaustion. I will mark that on your sheets. Exhaustion is a quirky little mechanic. At 1 point, you have disability, or disability technically, disadvantage on all ability checks, which includes survival. So, thankfully, you've managed to succeed the DC going into this hex, and you're able to move one more. Please move to that hex, whichever one your next one is.
So this one will be in the river, so I guess it's this one.
Yeah, make sure you look at it.
I'm looking at it and I see water here. So is it here or here?
Look at the hex specifically. There's a little bit of ground on there.
There, we'll stay there then.
It is mostly river, but yes, you would be following along the riverbed still. The path of sediment and rock that you traverse through. Who would like to roll me your D100?
Oh,
Perfect.
okay, so
Silver.
I was going to say, like,
92. I thought that was a 29. 92. Your travel is uneventful. Surprisingly. Moving through these long pathways, a full day's worth of travel, dragging and heaving this ton worth of woman. You would feel the blessing of Olwyn begin to fade after a time. However, you feel confident at least that for now, at least here, you're safe. The marker on 5 out of the 6 hands in this party, the glow that held that triangle, fades. You are no longer within the domain of the Basilisk King. However, some of you are exhausted. You have traveled a full, almost 48 hours. You can continue running the risk of accruing more exhaustion and attempting to make your way to Aram's Ferry, or you can rest for tonight here on the riverbed again. What is the plan?
Alaric would vote to continue.
at least, yeah, one more day, probably. But the only issue is Kellen's driving, so to speak.
Didn't you also say the bindings gave way?
Well, I'm assuming that means that we fixed him at some point too, then, or not.
I was being generous and assuming, yes.
Okay.
But yes, it was more so like a speed bump.
Ah.
It was walking and then suddenly Alaric or Silra, whomever, realizing that the weight that they had been carrying, this constant partner on this path, suddenly relaxed. However many steps it would take before they realized that. Looking back and seeing the entombed body, wrapped in bedrolls and partially bound by rope. So, are we camping? Or are we going forward?
If the consensus is to continue, I'll do my best.
Marana, Sabine, Silur, and Yorin. Your votes.
How do you all feel?
Morana looks like death warmed over.
We have to get her to safety now.
Kellen is looking like the same hammered excrement, but willing to continue.
Lesser restoration doesn't work on exhaustion, does it?
Read the card.
You touch a creature and can end either one disease or one condition afflicting it. Oh, no, I guess not.
I think exhaustion is a condition.
Correct.
Technically, yeah.
So I said read the card.
Yeah, but it also says
Exhausted is a condition. And the condition can be... Oh. Is it only those?
I believe so.
Let me look.
You read the card.
No. Only specific conditions listed as per the creators of D&D.
Boo.
Man, fuck Crawford. What does he know?
Yeah, that guy.
Jeremy Crawford!
How dare you!
So, with that in mind, Sabine, how do you answer Silur's question?
If you need rest, I'm still good. I can keep watch for us until some of you are rested.
I feel age catching up to me, which is a shame, because I am not actually that old. Nevertheless, if you wish to continue, I can help stave off further weariness of travel for a time. Through the blessings of Bahamut, at least to 3 of us. Which in this case would be the ones carrying or the ones leading. However, his eyes rest on Kellen. I cannot rejuvenate you in any way that sleep could. Only perhaps temporarily stave off the effects.
Well, I'm willing to try if that's what you all want. Additionally, if we want to try to rest, I can try to sense if there are basilisks following us, at least within about 5 miles or so.
That does sound useful. Perhaps that should be our deciding factor,
Well, since it's an ability and not a spell, I don't think I have to do this at disadvantage. I think I just do it.
It's ability checks. So,
Yeah.
your skills.
Yeah, well, this is just an ability.
Indeed.
So there's primeval awareness. The bottom paragraph is the one for... I just basically have to spend a minute in concentration. So I guess to that, then Kellen would nod and squat down and like press one hand to the ground or like his fingers out and just close his eyes and try to concentrate.
You attempt to detect monstrosities within 5 miles.
Yep. Favorite enemies within 5 miles of you. Reveals which of your favorite enemies are present, their numbers, and the creature's general direction and distance in miles from you.
You would learn. Let me double check. You would sense them. Just literally at the edge of your detection. You're opening your senses out to the wilderness and beyond, phasing through the thicket, the boughs of the trees. Your attention would linger on what appeared to be a small cluster of monstrosities, quite literally at the edge of your vision, the full 5 miles southeast of you.
How many?
10.
But I don't know what kind, just that they're monstrosities, if I'm reading this right.
Correct.
After that minute passes, he gets up and looks at everyone. There's about 10 somethings about southeast of here, 5 miles or so. It could be the basilisks, or it could be something else.
Were you aware that you were fighting 12 or more basilisks?
Absolutely not. The information we had was one turned aberration and maybe 2 or 3 at most of its mates.
I would almost consider your party lucky. With that many potentially. Well,
It's possible that these 10 creatures are some other kind of monstrosity, but considering where we are and where we've been, it might be safest to say that they're probably still tracking us.
Then we should keep going.
We should do our best, yeah?
If they are tracking us, it is because of the trail we leave.
Well, there's not much we can do about that, unfortunately. If we can make it to a town where the numbers are at least 2 of the basilisks more in our favor, they may stop tracking us.
DM, would it be practical for me to brush our tracks the same way I'm brushing the path forward?
You would
Instead
have to
of-
be. You would have to be in 2 places at once.
Well, I mean, instead of.
Oh, sure, but you.
Like, would that.
I've been generous in the fact that I've been sort of accounting for your leading as cleaning out larger debris that would otherwise obstruct the path.
Ah.
We can switch on that and have the other 2 do that while he rakes the path behind us, basically.
Sure. As well, Kellen, roll me an intelligence check.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's about right.
Never mind. You're exhausted.
Oh, yeah. I need to do that disadvantage, don't I?
Correct.
Not like it's going to be any better. Well, that would have been cool, but no.
Yeah, sorry. You almost had an epiphany, didn't you? It fluttered away like a fart in the wind.
Sage.
Jordan, will you continue leading or will you be attempting to cover the tracks? One, I will need a roll for, the other, not so much.
Does he announce his intentions to do that?
Yeah, he does.
I think Kellen would hold up a tired hand and then stride into the brush nearby, and using one of his scimitar-like weapons, chops down like a branch with like a bunch of pine bristles on it, and then hands it to him.
He raises a brow.
It's an old Grey Watch trick. If you tie that to the back of your belt or hold it like a broom, it makes covering tracks a lot more easy. Plus, it makes it look more like natural ground than swept ground.
Perhaps the others should try, while I work on the lead.
Whatever is good for you.
I can hold what essentially amounts to a broom, Kellen.
Very well.
Perfect. The party continues forward. I assume you're casting guidance?
I will be casting Bless when the exhaustion starts to come around on Siluril, Alric, and Kellen.
Perfect. What does that give them?
That gives them a D4 on their saving throws. Per
Ah,
minute.
okay. So this is for the survival check to determine how far you're able to travel in one day. Kellen will be rolling at disadvantage.
It depends on which comes. If it's at the same time, then I can only cast one. If it's like survival and then taking on exhaustion
It'll be
later,
survival and then the con saves.
in that
Survival isn't a saving throw, though. I think so.
in that case, I will be giving you guidance, and then when the exhaustion comes around, I will be casting the actual spell Bless.
Perfect.
There
There
we
you
go.
go.
So, I will also need a roll from Marana. Survival check to hide your tracks.
Oh boy.
You are also exhausted.
And that's control.
Correct.
Right? Hold that down. All right.
Kellen, you will have a 3 to your roll.
Disadvantage on survival, you said?
Correct.
Boof. Well,
17.
still not terrible.
Indeed, it's above the DC. As you begin to travel, making your way, go ahead and select the next hex, as well as everybody roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Now I will cast Bless on Alric,
Those three?
Siluril, and Kellen.
Are the saving throws made at disadvantage too?
No, just the ability check.
Indeed.
You all
Yeah,
get a
no.
fat.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get disadvantage on saving throws until 3 points of exhaustion.
Why is it still rolling at disadvantage? That's weird.
You rolled at advantage, actually.
Oh, why is it doing that? I didn't shift.
Well, let's delete your roll and roll again.
Not pressing any buttons. Well, okay.
Perfect. Marana gets a 1.
Huh?
What?
Who got Bless?
The people
No.
carrying Uria would get blessed, and Kellen would get blessed. So
Okay.
that'd be Siluril, Alric, and Kellen.
Marana, you have 2 points of exhaustion.
Yep.
I believe your speed is halved.
Yep. She's struggling to keep up. You notice she's falling further and further behind.
What do you mean?
Stroop sweeping.
What do you mean struggling?
Half her speed is still faster than all of our normal speed.
I'm
Let's still have
so
20.
slow going 45.
Slow 45 no big deal.
Well, she's having to
Practically
expend her bonus
human.
action to get 40 feet.
Good thing you've got so many of those every 6 seconds.
And Alaric would have
Shut up.
1 point of exhaustion.
Doesn't he get to roll advantage? Or I don't know how plus
No,
works.
he gets a +1 to his roll.
God,
Yeah,
that
it's a-
D4 just.
Yeah, it's not.
It wouldn't work.
It's the audacity, right? It's karma. I don't think I've ever seen any D4 roll over 1 with either guidance or bless.
So we have Kellen with 1 point of exhaustion, Alaric with 1 point of exhaustion, Yorin with 1 point of exhaustion, and Marana with 2 points of exhaustion, who is having to expend their unnatural abilities to just even keep up with the party. It does
Eyebrow raise.
slow your movement, however. Who would like to roll me the D100?
I will.
Yeah, you should roll again,
Let's
actually.
see it, so well.
What could go wrong?
Yeah.
I don't have to roll a disadvantage, that's why.
No, it's not that. It's just been getting lucky.
30.
I love those doors. They're so cute. They have a cat on them.
Give me a moment.
Anytime I roll a 20, I get a lynx face. It's so cute.
I've been trying to make my dice cute, but they don't like me no matter what I do, so.
Oh.
Simple pleasures.
I got bathwater dice.
I feel horrible. I'm
It's
wasting
the
all my good
rock,
constitution
baby.
rolls.
Roll me a D12.
What the fuck, dude? Okay.
7.
Why a D12, boss? What's she shaping up to do, boss?
That's what she rolled. Let me consult my table.
Oh no.
Oh, I don't
Is
like
it
that.
a nice table? Is it oak?
Ooh. It certainly could be.
Why you trying to kill us,
I like
boss?
oak.
Do you?
Or cedar.
That's good. It's good that you have these things that you care about.
Not on me, though.
As you're walking, as you're moving, you would notice this sort of change. The snow, the snowflakes that had begun to fall, that were clinging to the ground and melting, now begin to turn to sleet. As heavy rainfall now begins to, frigid, ice cold, begins to cling to your person as you walk. The sediment now growing thick and muddy, immediately beginning to stifle your movements here on the riverbed.
Can I use my natural explorer ability to find better ground?
You could attempt to go back into the thicket, yes.
Well, I mean, it's just more of like natural world. You ignore difficult terrain, so I don't know if I could use that to at least keep us going at the normal speed.
Ah. Oh,
Want me to link it for you?
why is the rain doing that?
I cast Predesty to be warm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
There we go.
I cast it on Alaric too.
Oh, isn't that nice of you?
It can be warm.
Second spellcaster, still no pesting.
Your try.
I guess I could cast it on Moron as well.
My tail's dirty because of you.
Oh.
It'll be clean.
This would, in fact, have slowed your movements because it would have made the path you were traveling difficult terrain. So, that's not the case. You are able to navigate the party and Uria's body towards a more amenable path, finding instead what appears to be old and long forgotten cobblestone paths, having been covered by the sediment but unaffected by this changing terrain, this mud and muck that had begun to cling and cause your boots to sink. You begin to walk, to stride, and some of that Grey Watch training begin to rear its head again, as after 2 days of exhausting travel, the party find themselves arriving now at the.
Had another ambush by the basilisk.
That's right. I cut you
yeah.
off.
He was waiting here the whole time.
Roll initiative, bitches.
Roll
You
it to the
find
bar.
yourselves instead. Give me a moment. At the tail end of a little town, where the river meets the shore, where the trees begin to recede, not by choice, but by force of man's intervention. You find yourself here in Aram's Ferry. Give me a moment as we map transition.
No map, no map,
We
no
roll
map.
up to the inn. The bartender turns around, pulls off the mustache. It's the basilisk king.
I've been waiting for you.
It's just Gerald with like a different mustache and beard. Like he's
They're
got
all
different.
Gerald.
Yeah,
They're
he
all
owns
related.
all of them. He's just at all the different.
I used to be a champion of Bagladir before the tragic accident.
Oh, Gerald, no, that's my brother, Daryl.
I am Geralt.
Oh God.
This is
There
my
you
wife,
are,
Denevere.
party. In Aram's Ferry.
Can't see anything.
It's very dark.
Give me a moment. You should have been able to see. I wonder if there's lacking token vision.
Yes.
There we go.
Oh, hey. Sight is ours. Hurrah.
Oh, this is even. Oh my god.
What?
This is the old fairy.
This is. It is the old ferry. What an annoyance.
Ooh, looks like we didn't get the DLC. My bad.
This is
Fairy
your fault.
Redux.
I should have
I
DLC'd
cheaped out. I didn't get the Steam sale. I'm sorry, guys. We'll have to play Vanilla Fairy.
Shame.
There we go. The map has been adjusted. You find yourself on the outskirts. Welcome to Aram Ferry. What are you all doing? You are cold. You are wet.
Tired.
There's a moment where, just from habit, like, and exhaustion, he's still, like, brushing away, like, what is clearly a path with his tail, until a few minutes in when he realizes it's actually just a dirt road. He sort of clears his throat. I believe we've arrived. Looking back, he observes the current status of the rest of the party, especially those who have been lugging around a very thick Shademorian.
Alaric?
Anyone?
Kind of
Both
wearily,
leave?
I turn around and everyone's gone.
Rana wearily looks forward and
Come on.
sees maybe like the faint outlines of buildings. Maybe she's imagining it at this point.
It's hard to tell.
Yes.
You would see the distant glow as well of the town. Faint, flickering lights that almost seem to be nothing more than an illusion at this point. The exhaustion set so heavily upon your shoulders, it is a burden.
Rana just kind of goes, "Oh, good," and drops the makeshift broom.
Now, I am a little strapped for coin. I have a few gold with me. We will need to pay, I imagine, for a cart to get you back to Elion. But, assuming the beds are not too expensive, I am sure everyone here wants to take a day of rest. Your friend is not going anywhere, after all.
Agreed.
What's my general knowledge of this fairy town?
Why
Is
don't
it
you roll
renowned?
me a history check?
A what?
A history check.
Imagine being proficient in history and still only having a +2. Feels good.
Intelligence? Don't need it.
Yeah, dump stat.
15.
It had to be something.
Would have given yourself guidance before.
You would know two things. There's a general saying around Aram's Ferry, or around Aram's Ferry folk, at least. If you shake hands with an Aram Ferry man, you counted your fingers afterwards. The Aram River is a slow-flowing river that follows the Bloodfen Mountains, its name originating from the giants who once ruled the Etamor. It flows south and breaks on an inlet that begins to curve down and flow off into the Aram Delta. The people of Aram Ferry settled in these lands during the Fourth Age, establishing the only means of crossing after the giant-made bridge was destroyed by the retreating giants who were being chased by the forces of House Ashford. They are for all intents and purposes, a very tight-knit community who does not like outsiders.
As this knowledge sort of seeps into his bedraggled brain, you see his his hopeful, prideful stance sort of shrink as he becomes more contemplative. Although, perhaps it would be best to simply move on. This place is not known for being particularly hospitable.
Oh. Even if it's not hospitable, and if they have an inn or, lacking that, stables even. I'm sure some of us could use some rest before we push on. I'm not sure how much longer I'll be good for at this rate.
Indeed. You are looking weathered. Some of you look even worse. His eyes fall on Morana. Practically a corpse. No offense.
I don't think I've been this tired since my basic training. But that being said, I would hate for us to stumble into something because I was too tired to see it.
Well, just during our stay here, keep an eye on your pockets and try not to look for him too much.
Helen just gives him a flat, tired stare at the Dragonborn speaking about the...
The only foreign one among us is a statue, inanimate. I'm sure we'll be fine.
I would suggest we keep her covered. Whatever means we can.
Is she still wrapped in the bedrolls?
Yeah, that hasn't changed.
Yeah. Best not to make it seem like it's something entirely too valuable, however.
Throw a cloak over it, maybe?
The bedroll.
I mean, her.
I mean, ultimately, if it's anything, it's an obsidian statue we found, and we're bringing to Elion's tier for the wizard to investigate.
Why not tell them the truth? That it is a victim of a basilisk.
I suppose that'd also work.
That's what I thought.
What are they going to do if they know it is a person?
They're not going to run away with it.
Indeed.
With her.
Unless they have
Gods.
like 20 people in on it, which even then, why would they want that? That seems... Yeah, well, anyway.
I am more concerned that they are merely careless with her. Or break her by accident.
Well, let's cross that bridge when we come to it.
Let's keep off busy roads, if we can.
Unfortunately, there seems there's only one road going forward, but it doesn't look very busy, so with any luck, let's press on and find some place to stay for the evening. I move the thingy.
Yeah.
He nods. Again, keep an eye on your pockets.
As you all are walking, beginning to make your way now to where generally the road here and this side of the Arum Ferry ends, finding yourself on the literal outskirts of town, you would notice that there are 3 buildings, one of which a looming guard tower, akin to a lighthouse, to show where the edge of the river is, to guide neighboring ferries to the correct location. As you all are traveling, I assume you're not being stealthy, right?
Sneaky stabby.
Probably pretty hard to be stealthy carrying that lot. So.
Indeed.
Uh,
Through no fault of your own. Yes?
he wouldn't be stealthy, but he would put the cloak over his head so that there wasn't. Just to be a little subtle about his identity.
It's a giant kobold!
Well,
Through no fault of your own, merely just the watch that happens here, keeping their eyes both on the edge of the forest and the edge of the river, you would be spotted. A number of the guards in the tower sort of piping up muffled language being spoken. As some figures, they're backlit by the inside, the tower point down towards all of you. And you would hear the command to halt. After a moment, it would be 2 guards that appear. They, if you could really count them as being guards, one of them appears to be wearing very shoddy looking leather armor. The other, the fullest extent of their garb being the sabatons that they wear and nothing else. Very simple padded tunics that do not match one another in any way, shape, or form. These are militiamen. One of them holding a cudgel, this sort of dark, sort of black wooden blackjack, and a lantern. The other one holding a short sword that has a few nicks in it, could definitely use some help. But you're stopped, of which you are inspected. One of them now holding the lantern. Right, where you all coming from?
In Giant, Silro would say, we come from the south, traveled along the water.
Both of the guardsmen look to one another. You speak common?
There's a visible droop in her ears. And she would speak in common. We came from the south, traveling upward along the water.
All of you?
She would look at Kellen. As
Yes.
her giant trick is not working here.
Yes, we all speak common.
No, I mean, all of you are coming from the south.
Yes.
Why?
Well, we were attempting to deal with a basilisk problem, and here we are.
They look to each other again. One of them raising a very skeptical eyebrow. What are you doing here then?
Real quick, with my history check and my association with Geralt, how does Eliond and Aram get along? Do
They
they get
don't.
along? They don't.
They don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's not like competition, because if it is, Elion has them beat. It's purely just spite.
Yeah.
Neighborly spite.
Indeed. The one guardsman sort of, as the one is talking, the other one's sort of picking at his teeth, sort of just watching all of you, and just you hear him like suck on the back of his teeth for a moment, and just eyeing you all up and down, and then his attention swivels down to the thing that you're dragging. What's that?
The after effects of a basilisk attack.
You
Someone
killed
got-
one
Why
of
it
them.
is important that we are to continue.
Someone got turned to stone, and we are going to see that corrected. We just need a place to stay for the evening, and we'll be on our way.
Really?
Yep.
Can we see?
No.
Why not?
Took a lot of work to tie it all together.
She is our friend. We just want a place to lie for the night that can keep her safe until we can fix it. So that none of this happens to any of you fine folk or anyone else in these lands.
Well, you're probably gonna want to go talk to. You're probably gonna want to talk to Mr. Pearson then.
Mr. Pearson?
Yeah, he owns
Who is
the inn.
that? Look, would you give us a hand here? Lend us a cart or something like that? This is very heavy.
Yeah. You got any gold?
I got silver.
Oh, I wish you the best of luck.
Boys, don't be so hasty. She'll pull out a gold coin. Can you please get us a cart? I would greatly appreciate it.
There's a bit of a rustle underneath the cloak as Jordan's head tilts up, inspecting the gold that Sabine pulled. You see his lower jaw. Those who would be watching him under the cloak would see his lower jaw sort of work, sort of rotate back and forth, and sort of almost displeasure.
I don't know. Why don't you roll me a persuasion check?
Gah.
I'm helping.
How are you helping? Mr. Silver.
Hey. One gold
Hey.
now, another when you bring back the cart.
Now, silver is a very respectable color, you know.
Are you helping, Alaric?
Does that help?
I mean, advantage can possibly help me. Yeah, I rolled an 11.
Not to these gentlemen.
Damn.
They sort of eye you up and down for a moment. Now we got watch to do. It's too far to get a card anyway. Good luck.
Before you go, what are your names?
They look at each other for a moment. Look back to you. What do you want to know?
If we are to enter town, we need to tell them who we reported to. Otherwise, this whole questioning repeats itself again.
They sort of eye you up and down very pointedly, especially because you're the largest of the party. Sort of just taking you in. You don't really sound like you're from around here.
I am Tirosian. That's what you're wondering.
What colors do you fly?
What colors do I I am a traveler. I don't wear any colors. I don't fly any banners. And I'm trying to help, my friend. And if you keep asking me stupid, inane questions, I will make you look like you're not from around here.
Alaric, calm yourself. Please.
Hey,
There.
good luck with the questioning.
Boys, please just help my friends and I. My name is Sabine Lillian Rousser, Dame of the Order of the Rose. I was helping escort some of my friends here. I just really want to get to an inn for the night.
Well, if you really want to get to an inn, it's just up the road. Good luck.
Great.
Can I please have your names just to make it a little easier? And, I mean, you don't have to get a cart, but I will give you a silver piece for each of your names appropriately, just to save me the hassle.
The other one has just had this very, amused grin on their face the entire time. You can definitely tell that there's some enjoyment in this heckling that's going on. Why don't you roll me another persuasion roll? Ooh, 2 for 2.
Yeah.
How much are you paying them?
Silver just for their names. Silver each.
Okay. The one who hasn't been talking, sort of holding their hand out first. Robert.
Sabine will put the silver in his hand.
It's like almost snatched.
Thank you, Robert.
Can I roll insight?
Sure.
I
You
was
tempting
actually
to
getting-
discern if he's telling the
This
truth or not?
motherfucker's name is Robert or Bob. I don't know.
Let's see it.
That was actually my next thing, was insight to see that they're telling me the truth.
Lying ass fucking Robert. Who knows?
Dylan.
With the silver in his hand? Yeah, he's lying.
Alex squints. His knees begin to slowly bend. He's very gently lowering down the straps, so he no longer has to carry Juria.
The other
And all of you
one,
that know him, he's working himself up for violence again.
the other one with the palm out, name's Neil.
One moment. I'm going to insight check.
Sure. Give me a moment. It is hard to read this man. Unlike the other one who very obviously is amused by this whole ordeal, this one, the one introducing themselves as Neil, doesn't look like they could care less.
I will give Neil the silver out of good faith. Listen, I can tell you pretty well hate travelers. I just want to get up the road with the least amount of hassle as possible. If everything you say is true, this gold that I have here, I will get changed, and I will give you another silver if you're being honest with me.
What are you asking for?
They're real names.
Oh,
They're just going to run you around. Can we go?
Apparently,
Yorin clears his throat.
they obviously like coin, but I'll make sure none of the Order of the Rose bring their coin this way.
No. Gentlemen, I am sorry to bother your very important position. One last question, and we will get out of your hair. Very practical.
yeah.
You yourselves do not have a cart, but surely there is someone within Adam's Ferry who would be willing to take us, who would be willing to escort us, to provide transport. Who would we talk to who is reliable and owns a cart?
Remember, persuasion roll.
My other dump stat. But who cares, baby?
They pause for a moment, eyeing you up and down. Shane owns the stables. You'll find him near the inn.
He nods.
Since I'm the only one with coin, I'll go try and get the cart.
Yorin.
Maybe we should rest before we worry about that.
Robert's a stupid fucking name. Did you know that?
Oh, God.
Yeah? It's not what your mom said.
Oh, you talked to my mother.
Yeah, she's a nice lady.
I'm not sure she'd let such an idiot as you through the door. Robert.
Be careful.
He
Could be
did say
talking to your dad.
he
Talking
did
to
say-
my dad.
said she was a nice lady, though. Let's just move on.
You with the crooked nose, the ugly little puckered eyes. Robert. My dad. Alaric flexes his arms up. I'm not too sure, Robert. I'm not too worried either.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, son. See you at
That's-
dinner.
See you at, like you could afford the fucking dining table.
Neither can you. Move.
Have several.
Thank you for letting us in. We're going to go now.
Fucking
And
nuts.
Sora will start moving Yuria so that Alaric has to.
As they're turning, they're fucking laughing. Just howling.
Under under her breath, she's gonna cast Presty on Robert and make him smell like absolute, just the worst smell anyone
Jesus
in this
Christ.
area has ever smelled before in their
Like
lives.
liquid ass.
And using it, she's also going to imitate like the worst stomach, like squelchy fart he's ever had in his life.
I'll
As
let
they
you know
walk
he
away.
is well beyond 10 feet. You gotta get pretty close to do that.
Boo.
They're 10 feet away. We're going through an opening. What?
Well, you started moving, so I'm assuming. I mean, it's a very Presty's a short range spell. You gotta be really close to use it.
You
Weren't
wanna...
we just next to them?
They weren't, like, face to face. They weren't getting
Never mind.
close to Alaric. They were gonna talk shit to him. They're not gonna be within touching range.
That's the
Then
danger
never
zone.
mind. We'll just go.
It is a slog. It's not really a path as much as it's just a semblance of a dirt road that is now a mud road. And as you drag Yuria through, you would see that figures that were in their houses, sort of near the windows, outside, the moment that you guys walk past is the moment that these people sort of take a step back, step inside their houses, close their doors, shut their blinds. These people are very actively avoiding you.
Whole bloody town is full of rotten fucks. Look at them closing their blinders and windows and things.
They are right to suspect. Yet more is not as safe as it used to be.
Shouldn't they be worshipping you?
I do not flaunt myself around like you do, young one.
You need not flaunt yourself. One good look and they'd know.
I do not wish to flaunt my stature.
Not sure it
It
even
would
help.
be dishonest.
I don't think they care.
If they do not care, then there is no reason for me to attract that sort of attention. You yourself seem to enjoy doing so.
I'm not sure I understand. Shouldn't you be making them care? What is the point of the monarchy and nobility if you will not be out here exerting its influence?
I am not part of the monarchy, nor am I nobility.
What? As far as I remember, you don't get a choice.
You're right, I do not.
Then, what are you talking?
Keep your mouth shut on the way to the inn, and I might explain. Until
Great.
then, keep that fire in your chest dimmed, please. My job is to get you back to where you need to be. Back to Geralt, which he mutters the word Geralt very low. And
Sure. Admit I already have a bit of a guess. But all right. And he grunts as he wraps the straps around himself again.
And you, his finger points to Sabine, do not flaunt your coin so easily around here. You do not want to be known for one that has money. Not too much money, anyway. Give them what they want and nothing more. Yes? That way we are
Understood.
in and we are out. And I do not have to report to Geralt how many peasants I had to slaughter to get what he wanted.
When you put it like that, it almost sounds reasonable.
Let's just get going. It's cold, it's wet. And I want to try and get her fixed as soon as possible.
Traveling up the road, it's no more than, or it barely feels like your last interaction had ended before you are once again stopped.
Hooray!
A number of guardsmen, militiamen, truthfully, descend from the tower. These ones, again, a hodgepodge of mismatched armor. Some barely fits. One of them, a large, portly fellow. Right. State your business and why you're traveling from the south. And, what's your cargo? Merchants?
Alaric releases one deep and exasperated sigh as he lowers down the straps again.
If no one offers, Yorin will step forward. No, these gentlefolk have been caught in tragedy. They were ambushed on the way here by basilisks, and one of them fell victim. We are bringing them to what might be a cure, but not here. We are merely passing through. We'd only require a night in an inn, and then someone who is willing to help us in our travels. Someone with a cart who can help us carry this luggage.
Oh. All right.
Your friends mentioned Shane. Would he be a reliable person to speak to?
I mean, reliable as far as you can throw him. But yeah, Shane's younger. But you're probably going to want to talk to Mr. Pearson. He's in charge of the inn. He'd be able to set you fine folk up with some sleeping arrangements for the evening, provided that you have coin, of course.
Enough to get by.
Well, that sounds mighty fine then. My condolences for your loss. Best of luck.
Thank you. Insight check on the guard.
That's it. What are you attempting to insight?
When I mentioned coin, what was his facial response?
Okay.
Did he seem to get greedy? Never mind. I'll
Hold on.
take my leave.
Let's see. We'll do counter insight.
Deception, I guess, would be.
Deception if he's lying.
Yeah. Or just try
It's
something.
hard to read. This one, compared to the other two, seemed more amenable, though more prodding, or less prodding, rather. More amenable, less prodding, but seemed to have taken an interest in some of your party. Especially the thing you were lugging behind you. Doesn't stop you, though.
He looks over his shoulder. Let us keep going.
Unlike the other two who had returned to the tower, it's him and the other two guards here who see you off. They don't return to the tower. They stay on this level, watching you traverse up the road for a good distance before eventually turning and making their way back inside.
People live in towns like this. Well, there is nothing but animosity all the time.
Sorry.
And they say Malgrove is not friendly.
This place makes my skin crawl. Something feels off, as he says, as they walk out of earshot of the two guards.
Suffice it to say, I think we'll be keeping a watch tonight. Those of us that can.
Maybe it would be best to get a cart and leave.
Perhaps. Well, there was talk of somebody here who might know a bit about dealing with basilisks. Maybe it's worth our time to find out who that might be. I'm not sure we could afford their price, however.
After we sleep, if
Of course.
possible.
Of course.
All right.
Keep moving your token. As you make your way into the next clearing of buildings, again, you are met with a very similar treatment to those before. anybody who was outside finishing up nightly chores. The moment that the 6 of you emerge, dragging something behind you on the ground, people immediately give you a very wide berth. They are closing their doors, closing their windows, their curtains, very actively avoiding you.
Is this sort of treatment common in the Ettenmoor, at least in smaller towns? Or is this very, like, more peculiar than most?
Yes, and the Ettenmoor, at least these hamlets, these towns, generally are very insular. If you are a part of their group, you are treated well. If you're outside of the group, you are met with distrust. You are met with scrutiny. Everything you do is considered, or rather, it holds something with it. Like there's an ulterior motive to everything that you do as an outsider. You're not here to be genuine. You have another motive. Obviously, you knowing Gerald and knowing something about Elion's tier would know that at least compared to Elion, these people basically almost isolate travelers. Aside from using the ferry. Compared to Elion, where they welcome you in, give you a nice meal, you'll have to pay for a meal here.
There have been any rumors of blatant robbery beyond just overpricing ferry services?
Ooh, roll me a history check. There have been stories of robbery, of theft. Generally, people getting on or off the ferry. Portions of luggage going missing. Things going missing in the night while traveling through this place. It's where the saying comes from. If nothing else, Aram's Ferry has a very peculiar reputation amongst the smaller towns in the Ettenmoor, specifically the Southlands. Given that they are the only way to cross the Aram River, they definitely get away with a lot more than they should.
While they walk, Jordan would basically be murmuring this sort of information to the rest of the party, giving them sort of the rumors and speculations and the sayings of Aram's Ferry. And ending with, "Be sure your door is locked when we arrive and we get a room."
This place is a shithole.
He nods.
Regardless, they are still here. And that is a testament of its own.
They are men, and do what men must do to survive. I do not begrudge it of them. Still, we should be careful.
Passing the third watchtower, you were not openly accosted. You would be shouted at. The men in the top of the tower sort of reluctant to leave it, shouting and demanding that you answer their questions, which are very similar, if not word for what the other gentlemen have asked you. What's your business here? Why are you traveling from the south? What's your cargo? Are you merchants?
Our friend got petrified. We're hauling her like she's a sack of potatoes. We're tired and we want to go to sleep. Please.
And again, just like every other time, can we see her?
No.
It'd be like that.
Yorin would go ahead, since we're on the pattern of repeating ourselves, would ask the same question he asked the previous guard. Is Shane a reliable person? Can we talk to him about transportation? Who do we want to talk to for a room?
You would get a somewhat similar answer to the other guy. Not to the extent of like throwing him, but that Shane is a shady individual. And the individual you want to speak to is Mr. Pearson. And you would also get warned. Don't be surprised if you are stopped by Mr. Watt or Theodoric Watt. He is the town constable, the one in charge of the militia.
Why? What does he normally want from travelers? Besides, of course, what you have already asked us.
He's very particular. And the way that he asks his questions is, well, he'll think you're lying. And he'll ask, and he'll ask. And if you give him a reason, he'll happily throw you in our jail.
A suspicious type, hmm?
Doesn't like outsiders. He thinks all of them have, what's the word? Thinks you're all up to something.
We are. Most of us want to get on a ferry, I would imagine.
Don't be surprised if he asks you why. And then asks you why again in a different way. And then why again in a different way. Hoping that you slip up like there's some inconsistency. Just the way he is.
He sounds very thorough.
That's one way to call it.
He snorts.
Anyway, good luck. It's getting late. You probably want to get to the end before it closes. Ferry's already done for the evening, so you have to wait regardless.
Of course. Of course. We appreciate your help.
Silver looks very tired as she just trudges forward.
Yeah, they definitely don't care that you're tired. Like, they can see that you guys are fucking haggard, and they still grill you.
Just like, haha, get fucked.
But you would eventually make it to the larger portion of the town, the more densely clustered buildings here, and you would be navigated towards the inn, unless you wanted to go to the stable first.
I think we're set on resting first.
Okay. As you all begin to make your way to the inn, let's go ahead. Let's take a 20-minute break.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for going quiet for a while. Had a situation to deal with.
A situation?
Oh, no, just a bug. Cats was chasing it.
Gotcha.
I was like, oh no, she's looking at something. She's stalking something.
Funny that you say that. Dante was doing the groundhog earlier, and I was like, what are you doing? And I was thinking like a moth in the window or something.
Said his name was Wit.
Yes. Theodric Wit. I will write the names that you have been given by the NPCs. You have been given the name of Walter Pearson, who's the innkeep. You've been given the name of Shane, who is the stable master. And you have been given the name of the constable, who is Theodric Wit.
Neat. When do we murder Hopu then?
You tell me.
At dawn.
How
After
much
they
would
stole all of our shit.
after you're fucking naked? My armor.
After we wake up and we all go outside and we look at the ferry and Yuria's on a boat traveling away and we're like, how did she get there? The next campaign is trying to find the mysterious case of the moving statue where we just keep almost finding Yuria and then she like gets taken away.
Some comic way too.
Absolutely.
How much would Yuria be worth? I mean, Yuria's solid obsidian. And obsidian does have like art piece value. So
I think I calculated it out.
God damn
It's pretty heavy. Like, it's a very dense material. It's essentially solid glass, if you think about it.
Telling me somebody released an obsidian spewing basilisk just because they thought they could make some money on obscene statues.
They just
what's
have,
going on here?
have one in a
Somebody's-
pit somewhere. They're just like
obsidian statuette with gold fittings and inlay.
No gold fittings, although it would be neat.
Well, that's just like a statuette. That's just like a fucking trophy. You, my friend, you're a whole ass statue.
Oh my god.
It'd be like that sometimes.
You would be worth a considerable amount.
It's only if you find somebody who gives a shit enough to buy that. Who the fuck?
So art.
Now that would be funny.
Here?
They fucking
Tarosian modern art. Yeah.
Here, who knows? An eccentric wizard, they're everywhere.
That's what I'm waiting for. It's like we lose her, and then it's like, oh, we go to fucking the moon dude. Oh, what's his name?
Moonborn?
Moonbright. Moonborn. And he's like, there's just Yuria in the background on his leather. Well, I bought her.
Honestly,
was
with how
neat.
shady these folks are, they can honestly probably break you up so you're not identifiable as a person.
Maybe.
Let's
Yeah, they
just,
might just sell the slabs.
let's just not entertain this particular notion. This is getting real fast.
My brother in Christ, we've had 2 weeks. Do you think the DM hasn't come up with these ideas already?
Oh yeah, my brother in Christ.
There
I
isn't
agree.
worse. Look, I'm just waiting for the Dusk brand reveal where it turns out he's the one who released all those fucking wacky parasite animal things. Okay? We're still trying to get over that conspiracy theory.
Just remember, it's not paranoia if they actually are out to get you.
He's too nice, and he's too old, and he hasn't existed here forever. So he's a foreigner, and he's a wizard. Therefore, a suspect.
Whoa!
This
You're
is
so right.
this is some discrimination against wizard kind.
No, against old people.
Boomer.
Got him. Boomer detected. Opinion rejected.
Correct.
Oh, I see you're back for more questions. You didn't.
What? Where are they? Grab him by the throat.
What's
What
happening?
did you
What are you
do?
doing to me?
What did you do to Finn? He's right there. I know.
Been
I
here
was-
the whole time. I know.
I was waiting for you guys to ask about Finn.
It's kind of awkward, right? Like, so explain the pot boy.
Yeah, you might have, but then somebody decided to make fun of the pod, and it just kind of got awkward after that.
It's just
It would have
Finn has
been
always
like-
been
Kind of
there.
got awkward.
It would have been like you made fun of the kid in the wheelchair and then ask him why
Yeah.
he's in
So
the
anyway.
wheelchair.
What happened?
Yeah,
What
Finn was
happened
always
was-
there, so you couldn't ask about Finn, you know?
So, what's his fucking deal? As he's standing like 2 feet away.
I'm
is
I'm
that?
right here.
What is
So
I'm
that?
aware.
this is not child acting like a child and looking like a pot. Ooh.
I'm right in the room.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Right
Go
here.
away.
It's strange. It's like
Shh, the
I
adults are
can
talking.
hear him right now.
Quiet down, Ornament. Quiet.
What sort of noise is that?
The adults are speaking. You need to shush.
I'm an apprentice. I am.
Is
Like I can cast magic.
Does it normally imitate people, or is that only when
Fireball.
you're around?
Skittles, skadoodle, your dick is now a noodle.
Skoosh kadoosh. Oh god. It's
Now,
terrible.
I understand it's a jar, but could you do this like that with like a vase or an urn, or does it just have? Does it have to be that particular
No,
jar?
technically he's all of those.
My God,
Yeah, but could he look pretty though?
can he be made out of glass?
Well, that would be a rather horrifying sight, given what's inside of him.
Oh,
Could
what's
we
inside of him? Hold
store-
on.
Do we store things in him too?
No, he already has something inside of him.
What if we took that out? He doesn't need.
I think we need to
He
circle
wouldn't
back
be
on.
him then.
He would be
Think
useful though.
I think we really need to circle back on the
As a
what's
jar.
inside of him thing because that sounds pertinent.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Kellen? Do you not? We all have things inside of us that make us capable of moving.
So does he, by the sound of things.
I mean, yeah, obviously. How else would he be moving?
Oh boy.
What could? Did you think he was empty?
This Finn charging up chain lightning behind all of us.
Oh man,
I think Kellen was hoping he was empty.
you was just
Yeah,
hoping he was like empty
exactly.
storage on a box chest or
Yeah,
two?
just being like, yeah, this is fine. There's no way that this could be worse than what it. Oh god,
I
it
mean,
is.
would that really be any better though? I mean, he opens up
No.
himself and he pulls out like blood dripping treats for you. I made these.
Oh yeah, I made them. If you don't mind. All for you.
Sorry. Got me guts on them a little bit, just sort of smears it off with a finger.
God, we got some.
Bit messy in that. Sorry.
Your potentate's good for the bones anyway. There you go.
Bit of calcium in it.
No biggie.
Eat it.
Like, no.
Eat it.
Finn, are you good? Oh god, he's growing.
I don't
You will
think I
become
know.
the next potentate.
Yeah, he's actually fattening us up for him.
You like my treats? Good.
Hane pops out.
Ah!
I've been waiting.
Oh!
Crowbane, did you insult the
Crowbane.
spot boy?
That's the potentate. That's the warrior that got stuffed in the jar. Is Hane.
No.
He's waiting.
Not fucking hand in the pot, boy. Please.
You thought it couldn't get worse, but it
The
could get worse.
Sahagin came to Dustbrand and they're like, found this heart. And he's like, I'll boy it. And he put it in Finn. And now Finn has the heart of Hane in him.
Neat, he says.
In order to...
3 points it from the middle of his room inside the pot.
Skadoosh.
Perfect.
Skadoosh.
There's like that singular, like bloop, like that one drop.
Oh no. Got a question in chat.
I just got here. Why is there a Dragonborn instead of a Goth? Good question. Good question. Are you sure you want to know?
I don't.
Sure don't.
Just watch the VOD, smile.
Oh my god.
She's Goth in our hearts. And technically in the bedrolls behind them being drugged through the mud.
Yeah. It's harsh. I can't wait for them to open it up and like her knees have been shaved off
What the fuck?
from like Being dragged.
It's like, oh, I'm so glad to be alive. You go, my knees!
Why are my legs like missing half their? Why am I missing half my thighs? What happened?
My meat!
Reasons.
Have a priest standing by with some restoration on hand. Like
Parts
ooh,
of me
this could be-
feel particularly smooth.
Smoother than normal. Where'd all my skin go?
Where?
Where's my-
Why do I not have a heel?
Where's my skin, Kellen?
Where is it?
Kellen, where's my skin?
We left it.
Oh, God.
Left it behind. It was cut. We're trying to cut weight here.
I
Be
had a
real
dream
about it.
about you, Kellen. Let me show you.
Nope, that's
Oh
cool.
no.
Pass.
Kellen, where's my skin?
Hard pass.
Pulling out the sword. Let me show you a dream I had.
It's pretty
It
neat.
was a vision. I didn't realize this thing was could be prophetic.
Wow, the answer was right here.
Thunk.
It's a stabbing.
That's a stabbing.
Alan.
That's a grudging.
What happened is Yuri Aziri, the level 3 warlock from the Shade Moor, met a horrible fate by locking eyes with a basilisk mate and was turned to pure obsidian. For all intents and purposes, they are petrified. And because I didn't want to just kick Sizzle out of the game and be like, you get
Oh.
to sit for 3 sessions
It's
and
time.
wait.
Yes, finally I can catch up on my Vampire Survivor playthroughs.
I was like, hey, do you still want to play? Like, we can roll in your backup character so that way you can still play. And we'll just weave them into the story. And Sizzle was like, yes, I would very much like to do that.
Yes, plus.
And here we are.
Indeed. I had a horrifying vision that my cleric would also immediately get petrified upon showing up, thus losing 2 characters for the price of 1.
Hey, gamer.
That was the like anxiety that I had to deal with coming up to this session. Is all right, but what happens if I lose everything? Right then, poof.
Indeed, Anubis. A cleric who, upon entering the party, has already shown to be very useful. They've thrown out heals. They throw out blessings, guidance.
Technically, Yuri also has guidance. She's just an asshole.
Yeah?
And
Yuria got gravel right now.
also,
It's
a
also
lot of
very
times...
heavy, you know? Like, maybe we should just leave her by the side of the
Yeah.
road.
Well, also, a lot of times party members will just do something, and then it will require a roll, and then they'll just roll it, and I won't have time to actually cast guidance. So, most of the time it's persuasion checks, because they yelled at someone. They got mad.
Dude, I never get roll persuasion or intimidation. I just gotta be mean, good.
Yeah,
How
I
even
guess it would
guidance,
be-
that kind of shit too.
I don't guidance persuasion checks, because it relies on what you've already said. Unless you literally come up to me like, I need to deliver this speech. Can you help me? Then I'll give you guidance. But if it's just like bartering, I'm not gonna
I'm about to talk a mountain of shit. Give me some help.
to lie my
Oh.
ass off.
Yorin is a friend of Gerald. And Gerald, feeling uneasy about the situation that the party is in currently, asked a favor of a friend and said, hey, just in case, can you watch them? And if shit goes awry, can you pull them out of the fire for me? I know that they're a bunch of greenhorns, but I like them. So if you can, don't let them die.
And Lauren was like, for you, bud. Hey, no, not really.
For you, bud, I'll charge double.
It's almost as if Geralt knew that Raynor was not the best when it came to handling children.
What? No.
Right. I love Reynold. He's a brother. He's not what you would call the he's not what you would call the best caretaker. Right. So it's probably best you go and just make sure that they at least come back in one piece, preferably. I know that they're trying to prove themselves and be heroes, and that's, the things that we did in the past being like us, right?
Yes. Yes, I remember those days. I tried to frequent them.
I just want to make sure that that's possible for them and they don't end up a meal to some nasty beast.
Well, that would be unfortunate. All right, I will go.
I owe you.
Yes. Say hello to Guinevere for me.
Sitting in on your Dragonborn's character creation, I've been convinced to stop being stubborn, and I have backup character ideas now, just in case.
Oh, you're telling me that the mortality of my character has struck you? You're saying you learned from the history of others? Is that what I've heard?
Yes, and more just it was like smart. It's just smart, and I was being stubborn.
Alan, Yorin was tasked with basically following them, and he followed them at a distance for several days during their travel. He had basically set up his own camp away from theirs, and while he was getting ready to rest, the party was ambushed. The combat ensued, and he made his way over to them as fast as he could as to not draw attention to himself, and arrived at the end of combat. So he was within the area already. His whole thing was watching over them to make sure they don't get fucked up. What he didn't account for was, obviously he wasn't he wasn't there for the conversation that happened between them and the king. He wasn't aware that the king basically said, "Hey, the moment you go to bed, I'm gonna fucking kill you."
Yeah, he was not expecting. He wasn't there for the king's conversation, so he was very surprised when the hunters very quickly became the prey. It kind of caught him off guard.
So he acted as quickly as he could and found himself in the campsite right as combat ended.
Yep. So now I get to show the party the usefulness of a cleric. Temporarily. Unless Yuria dies, in which case we'll tag along. Wowie.
Yorin is a very cool character, I agree. Proxy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, Proxy is a very, common username. So I was about to be like, Proxy,
Oh,
our proxy?
yeah.
Jarrett.
I literally just looked up huh? Where?
Yeah, where's Jarrett at? Where's he at?
Proxy chicken nuggets muscle lifter? Proxy? Can pull a fucking truck? Proxy?
Dirty Vulcan proxy.
My man who loves to cosplay as Bane? Proxy?
Is that him?
Nice.
I don't know. He
No.
hasn't responded yet.
Imagine being singled out in Twitch chat because you said.
Because your name
Because you're
was there.
streaming, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Your name is
homeboy still text me from time to time.
You.
You remind us of a guy. We like that guy.
I was good. He was a good guy.
Yeah, those were some times.
Indeed.
I'll be going to Otakon in July. Speaking of cosplay.
What are you going to cosplay as?
I have no idea. This is my first convention, so I have no fucking clue what's going on.
You just got to go buy a bag of potato chips and just show up holding them.
Uh-huh.
And when they ask you, you're
cosplay
all that.
Is that guy.
You're all that, and a bag of chips.
I get the anti-deodorant, spray it on.
Yeah.
Anti-deodorant.
the manly musk stench in the
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
Blech.
True.
Me responds a proxy off instinct. Yes, yes, yes.
Alan, you're looking at it. I found it on the internet. Do I have custom commission art? No.
This is Yorin. Are full spellcasters rare in your world? No. No, in this party, Yuria was working towards becoming a full spellcaster. Aside from that, I guess technically the party's half casters right now. Aside from Yorin, who is a cleric. But in our other game, Secrets of Irist, you have two full casters in the shape of the druid and the wizard. Oh, 3 at the bard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a minute, that's the bard. They do casting.
I keep forgetting that bards are not half casters, or they have literally the capability of casting wish. So.
Yeah.
Creation itself at the palm of my fingertips. The half caster.
I mean, they were considered like half casters in previous editions,
Yeah.
but that's because they also had other shit that they could do.
It's because being a full caster in previous editions meant you literally walked around in pajamas.
Yeah.
You used nothing.
You hoped you got to like level 10.
Yeah.
It's a balanced comp now.
I was about to be like, it's now that there's a healer.
Yeah, now that there's a healer, this thing is a fully balanced party. The moment the healer leaves, it goes back to being a warlock.
Full DPS, glass cannon build.
Yeehaw! So yeah, we have a temporary dragon head.
Yes.
Yay!
They need a lot. They need a lot. They get their asses kicked a lot. I guess, yeah, technically everybody has some form of healing. Oh no, even Marana does. She just hasn't used it yet. Literally everybody in the party has some modicum of healing ability, little or big. Marana just literally hasn't used hers yet.
Nope, that's gonna be a thing when that happens.
A whole thing.
Oh yeah?
A thing,
Unstabs
capital
myself.
T. Yeah, that'll be a capital T thing. Yes, Zebus, correct.
Here is the party currently.
Just, well, kind of.
I mean, I can't impose your image over Yuria, or else I would.
That'd be kind of fucked up, bro.
Like a cutout Yorin's face and just pasted it over.
Or better yet, just get like a fill in and just fill in like a little like black or obsidian color.
Just take a marker, draw over you. So you have Kellen Aldane. You have Marana Lamordia. You have Yuria Zairi. You have Alaric Crovain. You have Silveril von Ashford. And then you have Sabine Lillian Roser. This is our party.
What was that thing you did with Cravain? I don't like that. It gave me a shiver. I'm like, well,
Good.
is that a callback? What's going on?
What's the matter? You don't like your own name in the mouth of another?
This sounded like our boy, you know.
Is everybody back?
Our mascot?
Sure.
Say hello,
Never
real.
left. Probably should get up.
She feeding the dogs.
Maybe.
Has it been 20 minutes?
It has. Beyond 20 minutes, actually.
I'm here. Got myself a cup of coffee.
Gross.
Coffee's awesome. Don't you blaspheme.
I'll do it again.
Let me rephrase that. I didn't get me a cup of coffee. My husband brought me a cup of coffee made perfectly.
Ew. Get a room.
What?
I said get a room.
That's pretty rude.
Don't pay attention to this nos swilling charlatan.
I'll do it
To me,
again.
It's fun.
It really is.
Coffee is amazing. How dare you blaspheme in my presence?
We have a gunslinger in our Sunday game, Proxy.
It's me.
He's a rootin' tootin' cowboy. Just recently got his shotgun.
It's kind of unfortunate that I recently got the shotgun because now my handgun's better than the shotgun in like every way.
I mean, that was
Yeah, because you got it upgraded.
Well, I didn't plan on that, okay?
it was going to be better than your shotgun anyway.
I mean, eventually, I just didn't expect it like that, right? And it just was like I already started building the shotgun before that happened. It just kind of came up.
I mean, even then, but before, like, you were still making just a mundane shotgun. Your gun was still a +1.
Yeah.
So for
but, I mean,
for all intents and purposes of bypassing resistances.
yeah, I mean, in that aspect. But like, if I was close range, I could do another dice worth of damage. So that was in of itself was good. But yeah, you are not wrong.
Correct. Thank you, Zebus. The Sunday game does take place on Momo's channel, and it's early in the morning.
Early in the morning.
Momo! Where is you? Holy fuck, she's dead.
I think she's just re-entering her room as we speak.
She died.
Did you not just hear what I just said?
Dead.
Deceased.
All right.
He is working on getting his stealth bonus, so. Although, I think, yeah, you guys lost the boots.
You talking about Talanos?
Yeah.
Oh, when I did the rebirth, I got that. So
Oh,
still,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
true.
Never mind.
Sorry, I'm late. I was kissing Zoro.
How dare you?
Acceptable.
I guess.
He was being really, really sweet.
Only because Zoro's fucking adorable. Very well.
For 30 minutes?
He was so
Smooches.
cute.
Smoochies.
He was being so sweet. He like laid like next to my side, and then like every other minute he just inched slower and slower up. He was so cute.
Right. If everybody is back. Marana?
Yeah, sorry, was eating
All
in
right.
here.
Perfect. You all begin to make your way up towards the inn, which is this signified building right here. In doing so, that you would notice the town square, or what can be equated to the town square. You would see that, of course, much of the operation is dedicated to the ferry itself, with the large sort of dock and pier that are made here, with a number of pulleys and levers that are used to sort of move equipment or packages or boxes, what have you, from the mainland onto the ferries and back and forth, vice versa. You would also see as well that there are a number of what appear to be shipwrights almost. These individuals, not now, but rather their stations of where you would see other ferries in the process of being made, currently on hold, as many of the people in this town are getting ready to go to bed for the evening, or already in the process. You are, for all intents and purposes, sort of sticking out more than usual being out this late.
time of day is it?
It's night.
What? Okay, fair.
Yeah, we've been trekking all day.
Finally.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. We can go in the morning.
I am tired. If I wasn't this tired, I would have remade Robert's face. Let's find somewhere to sleep.
Which place is the inn? It's
It is
this.
this right there, and it is called the Fairy Wench.
I was gonna do that.
Yeah, well, fuck you. Fuck.
As you approach, you would notice the large sort of. God, my words are escaping me right now. I'm struggling. The large outside area here that sort of wraps itself around the building. This sort of covered patio that's out here with a number of older, grizzled looking individuals that are just sort of buried in their drinks. You would see that there is the dull glow of light from the inside of the tavern, as well as that sickly, bitter smell of liquor and booze. Stepping inside, you are,
All the good stuff.
Stepping inside, you are met with that more pervasive scent, the that aroma now more present than before, as well as the sort of smell of more
Fish?
Are you saying it smells like pee in here?
smell like what?
Piss? Does it
No,
smell like piss?
I would tell you it would smell like piss.
All right.
Human?
There's I don't want to use the word
Smelly smell of it.
rancid. It's close to rancid. Like
Body
odor.
things are just beginning to turn.
Oh, like stale.
Yeah,
Like
stale.
a
Thank you.
convention.
Like a convention. Perfect. You are at a Magic the
Bench
Gathering
air.
tournament.
See.
It's
Of Warhammer
2008. People don't know what
No.
deodorant is. It's
Not a
very
Warhammer tournament.
seedy. Yes, like a Warhammer tournament. Stepping inside, it's sparse. There are a number of individuals that are currently to themselves. They pay very little attention upon your entering. The individual who does pay attention, however, is the much older gentleman that is poised behind the bar, tending to a number of ferrymen who are at it. This older human with more pronounced sort of liver spots and wrinkles that hold the edges of their eyes. Their features sort of sagged on the entire left side of their face, almost as if lacking any real muscles on the left side of their body, or at least the left side of their face, to be able to move and properly convey emotions with it. You would see that their hair is all but gone. They're practically bald all the way through, save for a small ring or half ring that is hovering just over their ear, maybe an inch or two, like they are desperately trying to cling to what little hair they have left. And their clothes are very poorly fitting. They're very baggy, very sort of hanging compared to what you would expect of an older man. This individual appears to be, well into their late 70s. They turn to acknowledge you, their right brow raised for a moment, looking at each and every one of you. What are you guys doing with the body?
Carrying it
A
inside with
body.
us.
Her name is Yuria.
You're dragging her. Okay. You're dragging her inside?
Mhm.
Would you be dragging or potentially kind of
Because it's a patio.
keep
There's
her off the
there's
floor?
stairs you gotta get up.
Once it becomes obvious that we need to lift her, we'll lift her.
Okay.
I mean, maybe it might be best to take her out back and kind of cover her up. So
What does that mean?
Random question. Yeah, take her out back like old Yeller.
What?
Sledgehammer.
What?
Yeah. You're done.
Sleeping
Letting
within
her out
arm's
of our
length.
sight would be a bad idea.
Yup.
Well, I didn't mean leaving her out of our sight. Someone would obviously stand guard up. Yeah.
Okay. Who's staying outside with the Bonnie?
If that's what we want to do, we can try and drag her inside if you guys want.
Alaric will want to drag her in.
Very well.
No. We're gonna carry her. Jesus.
Okay. Solaril and Alaric straining. Stepping in. With one of you being very exhausted, I might add. The old man, whom you would know as being Mr. Pearson, eyes each of you individually and the very odd thing that you're carrying. And what's that? What are you bringing in here?
This is a friend, and her name is Yuria.
That's how you treat your friends? I don't want to say you treat your enemies.
Given her condition, I think it is the best we could do. Alaric looks to the rest of the party for a moment before looking back. I am Alaric. These are my friends. We're just looking to book some rooms and be out of your hair tomorrow.
There's a slight flare of the nostrils when Alec mentions hair.
What?
That's a lull.
That's funny.
Really,
it's
he's
basically a-
resentful about lacking hair.
No, it's not resent. It's sort of it's like him hiding a chuck, a snort.
What a strange expression.
He sort of eyes you all for a moment. This very scrutinizing pass over the party. All right. All of you?
All of us.
Your friend included?
Our friend included.
She does not need her own room.
No, she's taking up space. So? That's a fee.
To stay in one of our rooms, it is a fee.
I count the bodies.
She's been petrified. Could we not show a little kindness for her?
Did I do it?
No.
Then no.
You stand to make a mark of goodness in her timeline and you just choose to ask for a fee. How far we've gone. Sure, we'll pay the fee.
Alaric. How many rooms are available?
It's beds, not rooms.
Understood. How many bed per room? Or is it one room?
It's 2 rooms.
And how many beds to a room?
About a dozen.
What?
What?
Is this a common room?
Yorin's eyebrow perks. Probably. It is for passengers and people on the way to in and out of a ferry.
You want your own room?
It's not necessary. How much would we need for all of us, please?
Each person's 4 silver.
Oh. Do we have that?
Yes, I do.
I have some silver if it matters.
28 silver total, or 2 gold and 8 silver.
I pull out 3 gold and slide it over.
His brows raise. Takes it. And almost pauses as if considering giving you change or not.
Yikes.
But eventually relucts. Puts the 2 silver on the table.
I slide 1 silver to him and take 1.
There's a nod of approval. So he slides it back. And in doing so, he presents the room key.
Appreciated.
Yeah, don't be too loud. I already have people sleeping.
It's not our intention, but thank you for the room for the night. I really appreciate it.
How many are bunking with us? Besides, of course, each other.
Why?
He shrugs. I am just curious how crowded it is upstairs. Is it a busy night?
He sort of looks you up and down for a moment. Yeah. About 5 people in the one room already.
Travelers like ourselves, I imagine.
Dan asks. You can ask him, though.
Perhaps not. Like you said, they are sleeping. I would hate for your inn to have an ill reputation of being awoken at night.
How kind.
Again, thank you for the room. I'm very grateful. She'll smile softly.
Could we
There is
please
this, like...
now?
Where there had been, like, this, like, yeah, thanks for the silver. It's the more you try to, like, ingratiate yourself, the more you're like, yeah, thank you. It really means a lot. He, like, immediately begins squinting at you. This,
It
like...
puts him on guard immediately.
What the fuck do you want? Is the immediate feeling that you get.
Tilril groans and starts to pull
Can
Ioria.
I insight that real quick?
Sure. Yeah, he went from being like, yeah, they're just passing by to immediately not trusting you.
No. It's just been a long day, and this is a blessing.
Can we go?
We're going to bed,
clearly
and then we're
bothering
leaving.
him.
I'm going to try and be nice because it's the only thing I can do. If you want to take Yuri upstairs, that's fine. I just want to go to sleep and get out of here, please. I do not need to be belittled by anyone right now.
It is too late for self-importance. Let's go sleep.
Then go up and go to
Gods.
sleep.
If you damage the wood, by the way, you're paying for it.
We're lifting it. Tell.
Is that what I said?
How far up are the stairs?
It's definitely on the 2nd floor.
I'm asking how far they are.
If you're asking if you can use your ability,
I can move her 30 feet.
Yeah, you'd
in
be
any
able to-
direction, anytime I want.
you'd be able to do it. You would certainly draw a lot of attention.
I'm
There's
trying
also-
to gauge whether she would care at this point.
I mean, could you move it and, like, locate it safely and without momentum on the ground?
Yes, I move it as if it weighs nothing.
Okay.
She literally weighs nothing.
You'd be able to do that 4 times. So,
There's a flare of gold as Silril doesn't usually get very annoyed with Sabine and her antics because she finds them entertaining. That snap at her upsets her a bit, as she has been her and Alaric have been the only ones able to move Yuria for the last however many days, and she's kind of fucking annoyed. So the flare of gold in her eyes happens, and Yuria straps forth free from both Alaric and Silril and goes upstairs.
almost
And
immediately,
she
all
follows.
of the attention in the bar in this main chamber is settled on Silveril as she performs this amazing feat of, to their eyes, magic, of which
I'm going to bed. And her golden eyes stop glowing, and she goes around the corner into the room.
one of them who had been drinking sort of sets his drink down, pushes himself up to stand, sort of brushes himself off, and begins making his way for the door.
Yorin, standing near the door at this moment, also equally surprised by Silveril's feat, catches sight of this guy coming towards him and the door. What's he look like? Is he hooded?
No, this man appears to be this man is a more on the portly side. You would see sort of broader shoulders. Despite the otherwise sort of padding that is held to this person's physique, the arms themselves are like very thickly corded muscles. You would see that they, despite it raining, despite the chill, they themselves, their sleeves are like either torn or missing. They have these sort of leather bracelets that are wrapped on either side. Their head is lacking any hair. They have a very sort of short, gnarled beard that holds to their chin and their cheeks with these sparse sort of patches throughout. Their nose is very obviously crooked, like it's been broken half a dozen times, and at the last attempt, they just decided, fuck it, I'm not going to reset it. They look, at a glance, very gruff, obviously human. And he is attempting to make his way out.
Well, that bodes well.
Yorin lacks any actual reason to stop him at the moment, unfortunately. However, there is an intense glare at the man as he immediately starts leaving. And there is the gruff, "It's wet out tonight. Be careful on the road." Sort of just to catch the man.
Seeing your glare, it is met with a glare in return and a grunt in response. And this sort of adds some speed to their step as you would notice almost immediately as they step out and they sort of walk to the street, they sort of pause for a moment and are like looking around. And then whatever it is that they find, they turn and begin very quickly walking in a direction.
Is it towards the ferry, towards where we came from, or in a different direction?
It appears to be further into the town square. So towards the ferry.
There's a low growl that emanates from Yorin's throat.
DM.
Yeah.
Upon stepping into this room, is there Is there any beds that are close to like a wall? Meaning like a free wall, one without beds, other beds close to it,
Oh no.
like a
So
corner.
imagine imagine a
imagine your
barracks where the beds have maybe 7 to 8 feet between them, all lined up in a row along their heads towards the wall, and every wall has a bed on it, totaling a total of 12 beds.
Okay, but I mean, like, is there a free bed in the corner of the room?
Surprisingly,
Where there's
no.
not a bed on the other side.
With the 5 people here, who are already in this room, they much like you would expect, they've all sort of attempted to sleep away from one another. All 4 corners of the room are occupied, with the middlemost bed, like directly adjacent to the door, is also occupied.
Is there a side that has the least people so that the group can converge? Where would it look most comfortably for all of us to be in?
You're going to be split up regardless.
Right? Are there any sides that have like 2 to 3 beds paired at
Yeah.
least?
Sort of along the main wall. With the dude sleeping in the center and the 2 people flanking on either end, there are about two beds on either side of the middle guy. So a total of 4 beds.
Giving this middle guy a kind of cursory glance. Any weapons or armor around his bed or anything like that?
He himself just appears to be sort of like, he doesn't look like he has any armor or anything around him. Roll me a perception check.
Have you guys come upstairs?
Yeah, I think we're all kind of.
Alaric has,
Oh.
apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Morana
yeah, he
would have
came up
just.
with Citadel. That was the whole thing.
Yeah, you're. Bleh.
You're
Morana
also-
would have been trudged up behind him.
Also exhausted, so you're fucking bleary-eyed. You are attempting to peer around, look at anybody noticeable, and upon entering the room, you would hear this sort of like snoring coming from the corner.
And I want to join the symphony.
The man you're looking at, you're seeing double, triples of the images sort of overlapping and changing positions.
So let's get the statue situated. I'm dying.
She's going between 2 beds,
Our beds.
obviously. She'll slide her in between 2 of the beds that they claim.
Okay.
Morana just seems to be standing there, kind of bleary, as if like asking to be directed, but no words escape her. She just
You
looks around
feel
like,
the worst. Like, standing here in the doorway, it's almost like the moment you stop, it's that forward momentum continues. Your body is perpetually trying to throw itself so it's in a prone position. It is trying to just lay down, and it's every fiber of your body forcing it to stay upright until you
Yup.
are eventually guided to a bed by one of your compatriots.
Is everyone upstairs except Urine?
You guys saw me? It sounds like Morana, Kellen, Alaric, and Silverroll are upstairs. Sabine?
Sabine would kind of give a nod and head upstairs after them.
Once his charges have been waddled their way upstairs, Urine would approach Mr. Pearson.
What's this then?
A drink. Whatever you have that is cheap.
Yeah, I could do something. He hands you a dark amber beer. It's very cheap. Incredibly so cheap, in fact, it is 1 copper piece. And it's very bitter. Like it has this very potent, lingering aftertaste in your mouth.
Gotcha. Yeah, he would hand her he would hand the guy he would hand him a silver and not jerk his head towards the door as the beer arrives. Who was that who left?
He's sort of giving you your drink, sort of scrounging up your change, albeit again very reluctant. Sort of pushes it forward. That's
When the man hesitates, he takes about half of his change and pushes it back towards the guy.
his brows raise. Well, his one brow raises. Pulls the coins back. That's William's son. He owns the general store. Why do you care?
I just like to see that the people who go out into the dark do not disappear. It is dangerous out there in the roads these days.
Yeah? I'll keep that in mind. Enjoy your drink. And for, you have Mr. Pearson for maybe another 30 minutes before he eventually closes the door. Eventually
He would
begins sort of shutting everything down.
Yeah, he would pretty much stew for about 30 minutes, basically keeping essentially a non-committal watch as he babysits this not very impressive ale. Waiting to see if anything happens, waits for the party to go to bed. And if nothing were to happen, at least if William didn't return or anything like that, he would eventually, with probably the beer only like half finished, march his way upstairs and join the others.
Claiming one of the few remaining beds upstairs, you would watch as 2 of the other individuals who had been downstairs also make their way upstairs, sort of shuffling in behind you. You can smell the booze that just sort of radiates off of them as they hack and cough. They sort of work their way to whatever open bed is there, just sort of not caring. You would hear as they sort of fall down into their bed. And again, now this this humid chamber that you reside in, this cacophony of snoring and sort of creaking, groaning beds that seem to just sort of bemoan their existence, this protest under the weight of people like Alaric, like yourself. These are not finely made beds. They are serviceable. But it's easy to imagine prolonged sleeping on these beds. It's a very easy way to get bed sores.
Yeah. Yeah, he would definitely sleep very lightly with the assistance of the bed, especially with his pretty bulky frame. And most of his stuff he would have shoved into his bag of holding, and then basically slept on top of that for good measure.
Oh, he has a bag of holding. Holy shit.
Is everybody sleeping?
I think we were gonna do a watch for Uria's stone
Yup.
form. So who is not exhausted and willing to take a watch?
That would be me.
You the only one?
I think
Third
Silverell already went to bed.
Silveril needs 4 hours. That's how it's always been, and she will keep to that.
So Sabine will stay up for 4 hours, let you all sleep.
I think you would need 8 hours for yourself, though. Otherwise,
Correct.
you will get a point of exhaustion, perhaps.
Correct.
We'll figure something out.
You have been trekking for 2 days. The only reason you don't have points of exhaustion is because of your fortitude. In this moment, if you persist, your ass will get a point of exhaustion.
I'd say just go for the standard 2 hours and we'll go from there.
She'll take the first watch and she'll wake up whoever she needs to.
Okay. Sat on your bed. Roll me a perception check.
Sure, once my cat stops knocking over my computer monitor.
Roll it now.
God, okay.
19. Save for the odd creaking that this inn seems to have. The howling of the wind outside that causes the shutters to ever so occasionally slam closed and pull themselves open again. The rain hitting the roof that was once melodic, eventually you would hear as some modicum of rain manages to drip through, showing the wear and tear of this building. It is a droning 2 hours. You feel your body just sagging. Finally given a chance to relax, and still, you're up. You would watch as, staring at the door, peering around this gray vision that you have, as there's no source of light. You have your dark vision, but everything's in that matte gray. You would watch as those dark corners of the room almost shift and move, sort of roiling and moving of their own volition. It's hard to tell if that's your eyes playing tricks on you or something else.
She's gonna just kind of take a deep breath and try and focus.
Give me a moment.
Shit.
The danger zone.
I want to try this out. Good to know. It does work. That's pretty cool. For a moment, Sabine, for the briefest moment, it's hard to tell if it's the exhaustion beginning to creep and take hold, sort of gently clutching the back of your mind. A trick of the light, are the shadows. As you see what appears to be a hooded figure stood over the coiled remains of one Yuria Zairi. Their hood pulled up, but their attention cast down at the body. But just as quickly as you see them, as you would catch them out of the corner of your eye, they're gone. It's hard to tell if they were even real.
One thing she would do is pray to Sariel for the fortitude to make it 2 additional hours so that everybody can get sleep. She knows they're all exhausted.
Let's see that con save. You attempt to give your friends a moment of respite, a chance to fully earn their rest. In doing so, however, taking another 2-hour watch under your belt, you yourself earn a point of exhaustion. That sort of wave of lethargy slamming against you like waves against the hull of a ship.
Last time she was this tired was in the Bastille.
Absolutely.
And she's just grateful that she's not treading water at the current moment.
Everybody but Siluriel has a point of exhaustion in this current instance. Eventually, 4 hours pass.
I'll go over and gently wake up Siluriel with my voice. Lean down. Siluriel, can you wake up, please? Not touching her this time.
She will sit up.
Oh my god, I cracked the code.
Just asking.
Now, to get your long rest, Sabine, you will need to sleep in.
When Siluriel wakes up, I'll appraise her of the situation. I just let them all sleep. I'm probably gonna have to sleep a little later, but y'all...
That is fine. All of you should sleep.
I'm going to bed
If it
now.
comes a time where you need to sleep longer, then the denizens of this place please leave out enough coin for me to find, should I need to pay them again.
I'll just hand her a gold.
Thank you.
No, thank you for carrying her. I'm sorry I snapped. It's just... I try and be kind. It's the only thing I have that helps me get through things. Whether people appreciate it or not. But I shouldn't have snapped at you, and I'm sorry.
Fine. Please go to sleep.
She'll
Flora
nod.
will get up out of the bed and sit directly in front of Yuria on the ground.
Hey.
And she will begin rubbing at her bruised shoulders.
Okay?
Sabine will lay down and pass the fuck out.
It's instant. The moment your head touches the pillow that you're thankful you can't see, if there are how clean this mattress or sheets are, you pass out. Solaro
Yes.
sat here in this gray room. No light. but still able to perceive. You wait and watch. Why don't you roll me a perception check?
Much like the last, few nights that she has kept watch, she will be entertaining the crystal with Presty.
Okay. Focused on your little performance. Your watch, at least the first 2 hours, seemingly go by with no issue. How long do you entertain? Do you entertain for the full 4 hours?
Well, yeah, she's gonna, entertain it.
How long's your performance is what I'm asking.
Probably just like an hour downtime, and then she'd get bored again and play with it again.
Okay.
It's like intervals of like an hour to an hour. Breaking. Probably pull out the same cloth that she would for her sword, and shine the crystal or something.
Okay. Thankfully, during the last or the tail end of your watch, some of the others who had been occupying the room before you had already sort of begun waking up, getting themselves ready for the day. Some of them sort of changing out their clothes, sort of grunting. This sort of general annoyance with the morning routine that arises, of which they sort of pay you very little mind. You're given an odd glance or two, given that you're sat on the floor. But seeing your ears, they equate it to nothing more than weird elf shit and go about their day.
It's kind of amazing how many things can be brought down to just weird elf shit, isn't it?
Eventually,
Silverl prefers it that way.
you would all wake up, some later than others. Sabine.
Mm-hmm.
Waking up last, you would realize, after going through your morning routine, cleaning yourself up, presenting yourself as nicely as you can, your coin purse is a little lighter.
Or later.
You got 6 silver to your name.
Oh boy.
She's gonna take a deep breath. Glad that she gave one of those gold to Silverl. She's gonna adjust herself. I'm gonna go downstairs.
As you all are ready, you would find Mr. Pearson showing up fashionably late. Not nearly as attentive and caring as Gerald and Guinevere this crotchety old man, almost seeming to regret waking up in the morning. He walks in bleary-eyed, sort of pulling the door open, unlocking it, beginning to go about sort of opening the windows to let the air in, beginning to light the hearth. This sort of morning routine. You would hear him grumbling and mumbling to himself as he does so. It is a very chilly, still rainy morning, albeit the clouds not nearly as dark as they have been in your last week of travel. It is an overcast with light rain, but carrying with it that familiar tinge of winter. You would notice as well that early in the morning like this, the town is currently moving, despite many of them sharing very similar expressions to that of Mr. Pearson, hating this morning, or at least this morning weather, at least.
I'll walk over to Cyril, kind of lean over, and somebody picked my pocket at night. Please don't say anything. I don't want to make a scene.
You know, we could find them, right?
I
They've
know.
stolen from you.
They have. I just want to get Uriah somewhere safe. I don't want trouble. I want to get out of this place as quickly as possible if they act like this.
Cyril's expression is almost baffled. Like, the thought that she is willing to leave without bringing these people to justice for from stealing from her is just baffling her right now.
It's more of a I don't want to cause trouble that could possibly get Uriah broken. We have care for her, but if something happens and we cause a kerfluffle where we get arrested, whoever handles her might not be as gentle as we are. 2 gold for the life of a friend is worth it, in my opinion. They'll get their justice.
Surely this town does not happily induce thievery?
I don't know. But I know as soon as we make a scene based off the interactions coming up the road, I don't think we can afford it, because if she breaks, then she's broken.
I do not understand.
Believe me, if it wasn't her life possibly forfeit, you know very well how passionate I can be.
These people steal from you. Surely a city is not going to support that.
You've seen how they all acted.
Humans are so confusing.
I just
You
don't
can
want to.
see for Cyril that this is physically painful.
We can't change anything right now. Once Yuri is safe, if we ever have to come back through this hellhole, we now know better. We know what they're capable of, their pettiness, their thievery.
Why not tell the constable? Clearly they have law here. they ever poison?
We are outsiders, and if me bringing it up leads to us getting arrested and Yuri getting broken, I don't want that.
We've done nothing wrong.
I know we've done nothing wrong, but it's all about perception. We're the strangers here. We've seen how they've treated us all the way up through here.
Silver rolls her eyes very, like, she's very upset by this. Fine. It's not my coin that was stolen. Do what you want. But if they push or approach me in any way that should suggest they know anything, I will bring them to justice.
That is fine. Just hide the other gold that I gave you, please.
Silver would walk away very frustrated.
It is bright and early in the town of Aram Ferry. Those of you who had a point of exhaustion, you may remove it. Miranda Lamordia, you still have one.
That's okay.
Here
One is
in
better
this,
than two.
here in this town, one of you realizing that some of your coin had been taken in the night. What are you all doing?
Anybody else missing money, or just?
A lot of you are poor.
That's true.
Oh,
One benefit most of us have.
they got really disappointed if they had to go through Alaric.
It was, if there were searching of every single person, it was a lot of disappointment. All right, new people to pick from. This fucking bag's empty. What the fuck?
Oh, I thought these were fucking adventures. And they're supposed to have barrels.
How are these this fucking poor?
Why ain't they shitting bricks?
Oh, Billy, it's alright. We can get a statue, mate. Let's go. It's all right.
Give it a tug. It literally
What else?
doesn't move.
You want my bag? Fine. Pours chicken blood on them.
Oh, shit,
Yeah,
mate.
but that elf sitting in front of it.
That would be hilarious if they opened the
Lay
chicken
for
blood
your fucking
bag.
knees, mate. Come
All
on.
right, look at this one. Nice and
Blood
brimming with
bag and
goodies.
jellied eyes.
Is that fucking chicken blood?
Like jellied eyeballs in there
The
too.
young one opens it up. It's all guts.
It's all body parts.
They got gut. Is that puke?
Miranda just appearing behind her like,
What are you doing with my lunch?
You're exhausted ass? Yeah, maybe.
These people are freaks.
Half dead.
We go get it.
either that's my lunch or you're my
Little
lunch.
blood, mate. Suppose,
Don't
come on.
like it. We go get it.
Suppose, come on.
Think
All
of
new
weird ass
travelers
shit,
with
man.
no good.
If there's anything missing from any of you, it's not overtly obvious, right? It's not like your bow's missing, your sword's missing.
Oh shit, my chainmail, it's gone.
Hi, Verdict.
These
Yeah,
people were probably just looking
I'm
for
Nick.
coins, something
It's-
that's easily got.
It was probably somebody in the room who saw a bunch of you guys come in and waited and just was like, coin purses first, and if there's anything else neat that's hanging around, I'll grab it. If not, I got 2 gold out of it. That's fine. Which is a fucking score
Let's go.
compared to like copper, which is generally what most people carry, because it's copper and silver is generally what you're going to be paying for a good number of things. Getting gold is actually pretty solid.
Like $100.
So it's literally like lifting a credit card almost. Like, oh, sick.
Wait,
You're
don't
in.
get blocked? Blocked?
I hate it here. Silverl is very unhappy.
Understandably so.
Urine is yawning and stretching as he lumbers down the stairs with audible thump thump of his heavy footfalls.
We get it. You're yoked. You're thick.
He's heavy.
Jesus.
He's scaly. He's wide.
Fucking
want from me?
scalies these days. Jesus.
You say,
You all
Got a dirty
staying
tail.
in the fairy wench, or where are you going?
We're leaving. We're fucking leaving.
Yeah?
Pack up. We're fucking right out of
We're
town.
done.
We're done with this
Oh my
fucking
god.
piece
Oh
of
my
shit.
god.
Come on.
Guys, you don't want to like look for quests or something? Like
No.
Guys, it's a whole
What's up?
town.
Adios,
Guys.
motherfucker. Let's go.
you don't want to see
Come
William's
back when we
dad?
don't have a person to take care of.
Yo, that
Ding.
William guy, I bet he's probably got a quest or two. Maybe he has-
Ding.
No?
He's like,
So
"Well,
you guys are just leaving? Walking?
No,
Do-
hold on a minute. Hold up. Put that back. Put that back
Keep in
now.
mind, though, we were told that there was perhaps information to be found in this place.
yeah. But we ain't
If
got
you
no
have
money,
money.
Lieutenant
If you
Dan.
have money.
Yeah, I mean, that's also true, so.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but Jordan's going to go looking for the stables for Shane.
Marana is looking better, but still yawning.
Alaric goes with him.
Oh.
Two big old boys. Yes, by the way, Alaric is thicker. I didn't, correct that back then. It's being corrected, though.
Okay.
Now everybody knows. Just to be clear, his own lumbering steps stumbling by after him. Loud and
So
wide
it's
and thick-set and
The
heavy.
two girthy lads going to find the stables.
Going
Anybody else going
rolling
with them?
down the street like boulders.
I feel better staying with Yuria.
Thanks. I'll protect you.
No. I think you misunderstand.
Alaric could have probably asked Savine to tag along, because she's the one with money. And this is a money affair.
This
Yeah.
is when I tell Alaric that I got my pocket picked last night.
Oh, that's a shame. He goes anyway.
Wow.
Jordan would keep an eye out for William skulking about. Not very, like, intently, but sort of.
William is his father. He said that was William's
Oh, excuse
son.
me. He'd look for William's balding son.
There you go.
There we go.
Do
Only-
you even have coin if we were to buy this cart?
I have 6 silver right now. Silverwell
no.
has a.
I'm asking the cleric.
Jordan
This.
snorts. I have a few, and unlike your friend, I did not flaunt it.
Right. Good for you. Are you willing to spend it?
My duty is to get you home. Gold is merely a tool in that regard. Besides, I will just have Geralt compensate me.
Oh, fair enough. I have a little question now that I have you here and we're friends and all that. Is it true that gold dragonborn shit gold and that's why you have so much?
Yikes.
He pauses, considering you. You know, you remind me of myself when I was younger. Rash, willing to be out there, disrespectful to my superiors because I thought I knew
Superiors?
better. Superior in age, at least.
Fair.
You will learn. And he continues on.
Well, impart some wisdom. Prime time, no? All ears.
I do not think I can. I believe if I told you anything, you would only mock it and ignore it.
Only if it's the
No.
serpent.
People like us must learn through action and hardship, unfortunately. But you will be something, I am sure.
You speak it from experience.
I do. Like I said, you remind me of myself when I was younger. That is not a compliment.
For some reason, Alaric looks over his shoulder as they walk. How far ago was that? Being young, for you, I mean.
See his jaw work. He shrugs eventually. Long enough.
Back then, you told me you'd tell me why you wear no colors or profess no master. Will you at least answer that?
Once we are out of town. Yes?
Think they're listening? Alaric tries to lower his voice. The only thing he accomplishes is make himself louder.
No.
It's like a Johnny Bravo. Oh yeah.
Yes. He is level 1 in subtlety.
I think they are listening whether or not they wish to.
What do you mean? Are you calling me loud?
Yes.
I'm being rather quiet here. And we're just having a conversation.
Yes. A conversation for giants.
For just... Never mind. And even if we were a little bit alike when you were young, you were nowhere near as handsome as me. What with the scales and...
Jesus Christ.
I am not so sure about that one either. I don't think I've never met a man with such a large nose as you.
What? What do you mean? Large.
I am saying you would do well to pair with a unicorn.
I already met a unicorn and there was no...
Well,
What
there
do
you
mean
go.
with the nose.
How are
What?
the children?
I'm not entirely convinced it's a man. But I didn't look.
Urine barks laughter and slaps Alric on the back. I think we will get along fine. Let us find a stable hand, yes?
These are basic naming conventions, no?
Eventually, through Alaric's attempted defense, you would eventually be guided rather reluctantly towards the stable, which is at the far end of town, or just on the border of them, or border of the entrance. Here, as you arrive, you would see a rather open sort of clearing surrounded by wide fencing that sort of leads back to this large standing structure where a number of horses are currently underneath. You would see that for all of this property, for all of this, there is one man. Appears to be maybe mid-20s. You would see that he has a shaved head, almost fully down like a buzz cut, clean shaven, lacking any real facial hair, but very like strong features, a very defined jaw that sets into very sort of pronounced shoulders. And you would see that he is, albeit covered in a coat, still working, sort of clearing out muck that's near the entrance. And as you both approach, he greets you with a smile. But looking at you, Yorin, you would see there's almost this anxiety that forms for a moment. That greeting smile replaced with trepidation as you would watch as he rather clumsily sort of fumbles and tries to bow. Good morning, my lord.
This, in turn, surprises Jordan. to see this sort of sudden respect in a town like this. Oh, you are polite. But there is no need for that sort of formality. He gestures for the man to rise.
It's a very sort of staggered movement as he eventually stands fully upright. You would see this very, like, sort of sheepish expression on his face. He is almost enthralled. How can I help you, my lord? Apologies for the mess. I was just getting it all cleaned up. It's been rather nasty around, and I was cleaning up the muck early in the morning. I hope that's no offense.
He raises a hand. There is no offense taken. My friend and I and some friends in the inn are traveling, oh goodness, east. We need a cart to help lift some cargo, and a horse to get us there, and a driver, although that is not required. Though perhaps it is for you, if you wish your cart back. He chuckles. I was informed by the guards and others that that sort of thing could be found within you.
Yes, my lord. I can drive. The horses will make their way back. They're well trained. But I suppose the getting the cart back, I would have to drive it back. How many?
Small pause. 6 of us plus the cargo, which is one singular heavy human-sized object.
About how heavy, my lord?
Oh, heavy enough to require very strong men or women to carry it. Do you think your cart cannot support the weight?
I think it can. It shouldn't be no different from what they usually carry around. You
What
said
do they usually carry around?
equipment for the shipwright, for the ferry, for bringing things to and from the warehouse and the like.
He nods.
But he person-sized?
It is a statue, a heavy one.
I'll get the big cart. If that's all. It is where are you going?
You see him look over his shoulder. We are traveling to Eliond, at least from on our way to other places.
Oh, okay. I'll fall on the road. It'd be about 2 days, my lord, if that's all right.
That is perfect. How much do you need?
Well, there's cost of labor if you want me to help move the statue. There's cost of feed for the horse. There's potential repairs for the wagon if any damage is caused by the statue or the people within, as well as I'm not much of a fighter, my lord.
That is well enough. We can take care of ourselves and your cart if we need to.
No. Alaric kind of breaks in, reaching out with a hand.
What?
The road there is very dangerous. There will be danger, and we will try to protect you, but you need to understand. It is a risk.
I mean, he should be following the road. I can't imagine he's that much of a risk.
See, my
No
people
more.
on the roads, beast in the wilderness. But in my eyes, they're both beast all the same. It's always a gamble. And he doesn't strike me as the kind, and Alaric looks towards him, to be out there that much.
That very very polite sort of openness that Shane had been showing to the Dragonborn becomes very reserved when Alaric speaks. It's not that he's not respectful. It's just that he doesn't talk. He sort of closes his mouth, sort of pursing his lips together idly, and sort of listens to you talk, but after there's a pause, there's a look to Yorin before looking back up at you.
Alaric notices this reticence, obviously, right?
It's he's not sure what to make of you. Especially with the way that you talk. You have a very despite your best efforts, you do have a very aggressive demeanor.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alaric's expression, prone to creasing and frowning, does its best to soften, or seem so. Look, no offense, but out there, all bets are off. I'd rather not have you in my conscience. Things are very bad right now.
Are you... This to Alaric. Are you trying to put the fear of gods in him?
No.
What
I'm
is your...
trying to make him understand.
I'm an honest, good High Lord's man.
You went to the training. You've learned how to swing a sword.
No. I mean, I'm loyal to the High Lord.
Never been in a militia?
They don't really like me around here. Say I'm too nice.
Yorin snorts. That's probably a good thing.
Can we
Best
keep
compliment I can think of.
He said you were too nice.
His eyes peered to Shane. Between you and me? He leans over conspiratorially. I myself am not a fan of this place, nor its people.
This is kind of funny. As he leans in to speak conspiratorially to him, Alaric kind of reaches over and tugs him by the cloth, like to get him closer. We will speak for a moment here on the side, if that's alright.
Hmm?
Just a little moment.
You want to speak to me?
To you, yes, to you. Come. Lead him slightly a bit away.
Fathers. What is it?
Brings both of his hands together as he was holding something between them. I'm not sure this is a good idea. I mean, you take him out there, what happens, happens. Perhaps we're ambushed. He has to defend himself.
Happens.
Unrest, yes.
He
Violence.
does not have to
Brigands.
defend himself. We are going to be with him.
Sure, we're going to be with him, but we can't
Mhm.
account for everything. And I think if he ever comes to be accosted in our care, he will hesitate to defend himself.
Well, then, what is your plan?
Let's
You-
bring out some other boy, more spirit. Sure, they're in large supply.
You would. You want to save the child by using a child
What?
in its place. That is
It
what I
is.
am hearing.
It is about the attitude. All right?
The attitude? You mean the honesty, the genuine sense of that he respects his neighbors and
No.
enjoys.
That is all well and good. Would that the
Mhm.
world full of them.
Are you saying
That
we
is not
should
the
get a
case.
scoundrel? That way, if he is lost, it is no matter to the world.
Those roads make scoundrels. And maybe it is a scoundrel we need. This world doesn't need heroes. It needs professionals.
What are you talking about? Of course, it needs heroes. It needs caregivers. It does not need professionals. It has professionals aplenty. Ashford and the Etmore is nothing but professionals, housing some of the mightiest men in a land. And here we are. You are exactly incorrect, I think.
Truly. You've
Yes.
grown this old and there's not a single shade of cynicism to you? That's a miracle.
There is cynicism. There is experience. It is not cynicism. There is also hope.
You have hope in him.
I have hope for a land.
For a Lund? What
Yes.
does that boy have to do with that?
He is the one spark of goodness in this entire town.
That you see.
That I see.
And what, you want to test it?
I want to give him gold so that he delivers us safely to a land.
Don't play games with me. What are you trying to prove here? We could just get another.
I am saying he seems reliable. What more do you want?
He seems reliable. Truly?
Yes.
No. All right. He extends his palms to the sides and up. Right, sure. But if something happens to him and a finger comes by, wagged at him, if something happens to him,
What will you do?
be on you.
Hmm?
What will I do? Oh, I'll be there to watch. Protect him as best I can. Comes to agree to it.
Good. He slaps Alric on the shoulder. Then we are in agreement. We will protect the boy if anything wrong happens.
Go.
Sabine would peek in. What are we doing?
Alaric cares very much for this boy and would not like to see the boy at risk because he is a very loving sort of person, and I approve of such notions. However, we need someone reliable, and he seems to be the only candidate.
Well, then we take him with us, and since we have to go back down south anyway, we bring him back. Problem solved. Oh, by the way, hi. And she'd smile at the boy.
The boy is
Yeah, the moment that they had sort of scurried off to go have their conversation, Shane had turned back and is now in that clearing, and he has sort of pulled the horses out from underneath the shelter, and he is like hand feeding them.
Look, are you afraid of the boy on the return trip? Is that the problem? Because I do agree, him alone might be problematic. Once I am done delivering you to Geralt, safe and sound, your frozen friend included, I will travel back with him and make sure he is safe and sound.
That is very good.
And then, well, I guess I'll continue on with what I was doing.
What were you doing?
Traveling.
Travel.
Yes.
Finding other folk to nag?
To help.
All right.
That is, of course, assuming Shania does not want to stay in Elion. I hear it is a nice place. And I have very reliable sources. This place, not so nice.
It's quite the man.
So, what are you guys doing?
Once the matter is presumably settled,
Yeah, it was.
Yorin will return to Shane.
Alaric and Tub.
Apologies. My friend here is just concerned for your safety. Rightfully so. He is a very caring person.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
Of course, of course. Have you ever been outside of the fairy town before, Shane?
A few times with my dad. Yeah. We went up to Anders Hill for the festival. That was a while back.
Does your father mind us taking you on this little journey?
He's elsewhere, so I'm in charge.
I'm sure you've done him proud while he's away.
Thank you, my lord. That's very kind of you.
Of course.
In terms of payment, it's 2 silver for 4 days of feed, 12 gold for the horse, and then 15 gold for the cart. And that's to take you there, and if you want, take you back as well.
What if it's just one way?
It's all the same. The offer to take you back is just a kindness, really.
Right. And for your time and your efforts?
Oh, that's already accounted for with the reason that it's 15 for the cart is to cover for any potential damages or potential breaks that may be caused from the statue or your friends, things like that. And my
Preventive expenses, I understand.
Hey, how does that sound like a reasonable charge?
roll me an
For
insight
what
check.
we're asking? Finally, what insight's meant for.
Am I being fucked?
Am I getting
13.
screwed over?
Am I getting had?
Quite the opposite. He is it's effectively robbery. He is undercharging you.
Oh, he's undercharging me.
Yeah. You would generally, for a couple days travel, a full group like this, you're running close to 50 gold in cost. For all of you and cargo travel? Absolutely.
Yorin gives a low rumble sound. You are not very good at haggling, you know that?
Well, he hasn't even tried.
Why would I haggle?
Oh, I jest, of course. That is very low and a very generous offer. However, unfortunately, I do not have that kind of coin, and I doubt any one of these lucky fools have it either. I can give you what I have, which is 4 gold, and then I can guarantee that you will be compensated upon arriving in Elion's tier by the mayor himself. We are friends. Very good friends.
Not only that, I'm sure he'll be willing to rent you a free room and free meal as well. They're very kind there if you've never been.
Thank you, Harlik, for generously offering room and board that you own.
What?
I've
Chuckles.
Aren't you friends with Geralt? You know him.
I've never been. Yeah, I've just never been. I heard it's nice. I heard the people are friendly. That's really it. A lot of people here don't like them.
Yes, well, I can assure you, Shane, that Elion's Tier is a peaceful place. You will like the mayor and his wife. Her cooking is mythical.
And her frowning is legendary. Not that she'll frown.
Yes, it certainly is.
There's like a look of concern when you say frowning. He's like, "What did I do?"
Hence Aloric's clarification.
Full gold. Do you got? You and your friends got just a wee bit more? Enough that I can put in the coffers to show that there's actually like a God, what my dad call it? A down payment. To show that you mean it.
No, I understand your hesitation. Unfortunately, I do not have anything anymore. You see, he sort of checks his pockets, pulls out like his bag, sort of shuffles through the insanely deep bag of holding.
Sabine would pull out 6 silver and hand it to him.
Yorin snorts.
Thank you.
All right, Yorin. He begins pulling out all of his things from the bag of holding, strapping it to himself, and then he offers the bag to Shane.
You're offering the bag of holding.
Yep.
Okay. He looks at it very curiously. It's sort of like, what is what is this, my lord?
Why, it is a bag, of course.
Right.
Chuckles.
I get that.
He takes his warhammer, dangles it over the bag, and then drops it in. And then he takes his shield, and he hovers it over the bag. I believe a shield will fit. And he puts it in the bag holding.
He goes from sort of questioning this until you show him this magic trick, and he immediately stops. Eyes
out.
fixated on the bag.
So
Pulls
are
out
Aloric's.
weapon and shield, attaches it to himself. If you get us there to Elion's Tier in one piece, I will give you this bag in a manner of good faith. It is magical. It can hold almost anything that can fit inside the bag, of course. Do be careful. There are limits. I cannot, for instance, put a whole statue in here, or it will rupture.
My lord, I can't take this. It's not that it's not it's not that it's not amazing. It's that it would get lost. It's too nice.
Get
Lost.
lost.
Right. You're new to the ferry. A lot of things tend to go missing. If you have a nice thing, it's not too surprising if you wake up and it's gone.
Oh, You mean stolen?
Yeah,
Or-
Mayor don't really like using that word, so.
Well,
I could hold on to it and count it as God, what's he called it?
Collateral.
Thank you. Collateral. I could hold on to it until we get to Eliont, and then meet with the mayor and see if just pay the bill and be on my way. If that's all right with you, my lord.
that seems reasonable. More than reasonable. You are trusting us poor beggars. The bag is the least we can do. Here, hold on to it until we reach Elliot. He tosses the bag to him.
He sort of catches it, and again, sort of this wonder that takes his eyes. You would watch as he opens up the flap and sort of pulls it open to like finally has a chance to see if there's a bottom, and that there's just this black liminal space.
I would not try crawling in there.
What about
If we-
how do you get things out?
Oh, well, you just sort of think of what you put in there and scrounge around, and it sort of comes to you.
Huh.
You just have to remember what you put in.
You watch as he sort of tucking the bag under one arm. You watch as he very hastily dispenses the coin, puts it into a small satchel on the side, and takes one of the silver pieces and sort of drops it in, and then waits a second, and then puts his hand in, and then realizes that there's no bottom. You'd watch as he sort of like keeps reaching. It's almost like a horrified look on his face when there's not a bottom.
Behold, a new reality.
And it's several beats before he realizes he's supposed to be thinking about something, and then he very quickly snatches the coin out. Right. Wow. That's amazing.
You all right?
My dad used to tell stories about things like this. I never thought they were real.
Your father knew of such things?
Well, like stories you tell your children. You know, like scary witches in the woods and monsters that get you if you don't eat your vegetables and stuff like that.
They're all real. Do eat your vegetables.
I do. I'm not a child anymore.
I was when I first slew my vegetable-eating monster.
Really?
It was a glorious kill. No.
I should have seen that one coming.
It is all right. He pats Shane on the shoulder. It was a poor joke.
I can get the horse. Hilda, she's a bit of a stubborn one, but she'll come around. I'll get the briding and everything set up. Get the cart ready, and how soon do you need it, my lord?
The sooner the better. I
Okay.
do not think my companions wish to dawdle in this place longer than they have to. I know I
Alright.
don't.
I'm quick on my feet. Give me I say 20 minutes.
He nods.
Right.
That will give us just enough time to eat and then be gone.
You're eating at the wench.
A brow rises. Should I not be? It will
Don't-
not suit.
Don't eat the pork.
Don't. We're not there. Not. No, absolutely not.
Don't eat the pork.
Makes me proper sick. Whenever I eat it, I can't keep any of it down. And I know it's a. I ain't the only one. The mayor is, as much as he likes to sort of claim it to be amazing, it's far from it. And even he can't help but get sick.
Yes, I've heard
Where
some.
do you raise your pigs?
Oh, I don't know. I don't raise them. I don't even know the farmer who does. I think he's on the other side of the river. And my working idea is that they don't keep it right, and when it crosses the ferry, it's spoiled. It's been stewing in a hot box, not been salted or anything like that, and yeah, they just serve it. It's nasty.
Noted. Thank you for the warning. The militia weren't joking about dinner. I suppose that is why.
Right. 20 minutes. I'll get the con set up.
Very good. Yorin's expression brightens. Changing subjects. We will be... Well, I guess we will be outside the inn when you are ready.
You like some help? Getting everything together? I could stay behind.
Oh, no, it's all right. The horses, as much as I love them, they don't very much take to strangers. They're a bit ornery in that regard.
Yeah, huh?
You and I, Alaric, should be putting food down our gullet while we have the chance.
You know to hear what he said about pork.
Other than the pork.
Oh, I mean, there's other things he serves, right? I mean, I personally go for the bread. He has a nice like butter and honey spread, and I usually just eat that for breakfast and lunch, sometimes dinner.
Sometimes.
It's pretty good.
I will try some.
I trust him. Let's go. Good luck.
Sort of waves you off and goes about his work.
Yorin nods to the boy and returns back to the inn. What is everyone else doing?
Maybe eating bread by the sound of it.
They're all eating pork.
We're all dead.
The pork is a special for today.
Trichinosis time, baby.
It is the meal that is served is like eggs, like sausage, and like a portion of bread is effectively your breakfast meal. The most notable thing to discerning eyes is that when looking at the pork, it looks
back
off, like off color.
Ugh.
Killer sandwich. No, thank you.
Yeah, if you eat the pork, you will be rolling con saves.
That's a hard no. That's a hard no.
And you will be poisoned.
Nice.
So, while the others have been procuring travel, what have the rest of you been doing?
I think probably just resting as much as possible and making sure everyone's okay, making sure that the Uria statue is also okay. Things like that. You know, no big deal.
Yeah, I don't think Murata has much to add. She's still very tired, yawning, kind of
anyone who stands by her is going to begin to get leaned on.
Did you guys stay at the inn or whatever?
Figured. I know Grana at least is staying in the inn, waiting for the
that sounds about right.
the cart mission to continue,
Mm-hmm.
so we can get our shit and go.
Alright. So we left Yuri upstairs. Where is she?
I think we stayed. Someone probably stayed with her. I'm sure if anything, Kellen would have.
Yeah, but we do not leave her alone.
She starts to fly away.
You took your eyes off her for 2 seconds. She's
But
gone.
it's like the fucking SCP-173.
You blink.
She's just across the room.
Just staring in the corner, just like, oh no, maybe we should just leave her here.
So it would seem that Kellen, at least, is staying up to watch Yuri. Are you staying as well, Siller? Sort of looming over the body?
I figured we'd all loot, but that's just me.
Silver would have gone downstairs. Gonna sit at the bar a little bit to try to at least just ask a little bit more about the city.
Sure.
And, she would have left her tabard upstairs.
You would see the old man in charge, who's sort of tending to the bar very lazily, sort of half-assed motions of like cleaning out the mugs and really just looking like you wish he could have stayed in bed instead of be here. And as you start asking questions,
It was more just that she would have sat at the bar and listened to people rather than ask him questions.
oh,
Yeah.
there would be probably only one conversation happening currently, and it would be between two other individuals who are sat at one of the nearby tables, and they are discussing the most recent thing, which has been about a strange man. And you would hear them, and they're sort of talking. And be like, "You hear about that one wacko running around middle of the night screaming, asking for help? I don't know, screaming something about his wife. I didn't ask. Just rolled over. What's he want from me? Yeah, the constable got him. Better him than some other person. Probably would have found him in a ditch somewhere. I didn't ask. That's the general gist of the conversation.
What is the general, like, are there Ashford banners here in this town? Are there
None that you've seen.
any other family banners?
No. The militiamen you saw who generally wear banners had none. A hodgepodge of gear, poorly fitted. Yeah, even here in this tavern, there's no real semblance of Ashford presence.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Eventually, enough time passes. The party fully converges, making itself whole once more. You all are together. What are you all doing?
Yorin is doing what every soldier should before traveling or going to war. He is eating everything he can get hold of that isn't pork.
There, um, is there something wrong here? She'll kind of whisper to the others.
Don't eat the pork, Alec says.
Yeah. Yorin gulps. Yes, I am told that it is imported from across the river and not well. I am told, however, that the bread is pretty good. It has a nice spread, and I am inclined to agree. He says before finishing off a loaf.
Do we have a card?
Oh yes, we do. We met Shane, a surprisingly nice lad, which probably explains why no one likes him here.
He's also a rider.
Indeed.
He's Alaric thinks through on what to say with a bit of a roll to his jawline. He's a good lad.
Anyway, we have agreed on payment, and he will be with us in, oh, what was it? 20 minutes, 5 minutes ago. So we'll give it about another 15, and we can be out of this delightful town. And
Oh. Well, less problems cost the better.
his scaly brow quirks. Was there something you needed to do here before we left?
Rana just shakes her head no.
Sorry, I'm just very tired.
You seem so. Once we get on the road, why don't you sit in the back of the cart and sleep?
I may just do that.
She kind of admits rubbing her eyes with a little bit of a weary smile.
I'm not sure we've had a chance to say it, Lady Lamordia, but you've behaved yourself excellently thus far.
He looks up for a moment and is like,
Behaved myself? What do you mean, Alaric?
Out here in the wilderness? I understand you spend most of your time at Kor. I have to say, you're almost a natural at all of this. Sure, your family would be proud.
her brow instinctively squints for a moment, not in the kind of scrutinizing gaze, but more of a doubtful look. But she seems to catch herself, and probably a little bit later than she'd like, and look up to Alaric.
Yes, I'm sure if only they knew.
Lady
Not in-
Lamordia.
Oh.
Do I recognize the
You know what
The
I want to ask
family.
you?
So anyway, my
Ooh.
time in Grim.
Wow. Yeah. No. Who knows? You might have even met my dad.
So how about your dad? Huh?
Yeah,
He's a bit of a...
you know about Malgrove. You know about the territory of Vinheim. It wouldn't be your first rodeo. More than likely, at some period in time, you've had a stint there. Deployment. Sent there for training under the wizards. Who knows? But you would be well aware of the bulwark that is Malgrove, that protects against the horrors of Grimwald.
That low
That goes
rumble
back to
rattling the table.
yeah, or it goes back to shoving bread in her face.
What is a lady of the balls of Grimwald doing so far south in the Ettenmoor?
I thought you were friends with Geralt. You ask?
Geralt sent me to rescue you. Told me what you looked like. Do you think he told me everything about you?
Well,
Did you tell him everything about yourself?
he scoffs and then just motions to Morana expectantly.
Perhaps not here, like you said.
Kind of looks expectantly to Yoren.
You see a snort. Fair enough.
Yeah, you like that?
I'm sorry.
Gave you the same answer. Oh, you like that?
I am
Wake
indifferent.
your old bones. Your dusty old bones. Wake it up, did it?
After 20 minutes, you would hear the snapping of the reins, the sort of whining of the horse outside. As, after a brief moment, Shane, pushing the door open, sort of gives a cursory glance over the entirety of the room, and his eyes settle on Alaric and Jordan. Oh, I'm ready to go.
Good. He signals for movement by slamming his slamming's harsh, but essentially slamming his cutlery on the whatever table he was and marching out to the door towards Shane.
So, how are you guys moving Yuria?
Silril, looking rather perturbed and frankly annoyed, will just head upstairs to probably move her.
Okay. Telepathically, or do you need Alaric's help?
She doesn't need his help. She'll just do it telepathically.
Good stuff.
And this time, she's just gonna be carrying it down, like carrying her down below her.
Okay. I'd say
As she's walking, it's just floating behind her.
to also get it in the cart, it would be all 4 uses of your psionic die. If there's no protest.
120 feet? Or... yeah, 120 feet to get it in there?
Yeah, I'd say so. Moving from the second floor, down the stairs, back in through the main room, out the main room, and out into the road.
Sure. She will move Yuria outside and into the cart.
You again immediately attract numerous sets of eyes that sort of watch your every move. Shane, as well, this younger looking man, sort of buzz cut hair, again, clean shaven face, sort of watching with both sort of amazement and fear. His eyes warily shifting towards Yorin, sort of judging the expression that's there.
Kind of, it's difficult to judge the expression because his face is draconic. It does not move much. Mostly what moves is the eyes, which you can see sort of the brows raise slightly. Still himself surprised and impressed by this solitary feat.
My lord, if you're coming back through, I wouldn't do that again. The constable, he's got a real big thing against, like, open, I guess magic. He just doesn't like it.
Does William's boy work for the constable?
He sort of, his brows knit together like, yeah. How'd you know?
My friend, it is a long story. I think it's best we get moving very soon. Lest we are delayed.
Very.
Shane, if you would,
Of course, my lord.
good.
Silver's just leaning against the cart with her arms crossed. Tabard on, armor on, sword and flail on her back.
Shane hurriedly moves to the driver's seat, pulling up the reins and waiting for everybody to get in the cart.
Let's do it.
It is a
Loading in.
considerably tight fit with Yuria.
That's okay.
How big's the rider seat?
You could ask to sit up there with him if you want.
I figured as much it would be better. Or she's walking, whichever one.
I think the reason we're not walking is because with the cart and the horses, we'd probably go faster.
Correct. Yeah, it'll fit all of you in the back. It'll just be very tight.
She'll look at the boy. Can I sit up front with you?
Sure?
I promise I do not take up much space.
No, it's just you got like a lot on you, like a sword and a flail. I just don't want to get pricked, is all.
Trust me. The only way you're going to feel anything from my blade is if I wanted to. And she smiles at him.
His lips purse. Right. Yeah. You could sit up there.
Thank you. Kindly.
Of course. Yep.
Yep.
Of which if everybody's loaded in, you would hear the crack of the reins once more. The horse sort of whining in protest before the cart begins to groan, and they take a wide arc in this town square, sort of circling around, and then beginning to make your way towards the entrance of Aram Ferry, with Shane as your driver. Of which you now begin, departing from Aram Ferry. Being that you are on cart, you have a horse. It is 3 hexes a day for travel. It'll take you 2 days to get there. No survival check is necessary. You're generally following the roads. As such, because you are following the roads, it'll be a 1d100 roll for every 3 hexes.
God help us, I can't wait for the rock to come back.
Who wants to
Ruin our
roll?
plans.
I will, since I'm in front.
Let's
Let's
see
go.
38. Very good.
Marana's in back, just like head against whoever's next to her, just dozing off.
Marana wakes up with her hair braided.
Go ahead and
And
roll
also-
me another d100.
God help us.
Oh no.
It could be anything.
Holy
Roll
crap.
Give me a moment.
It begins. The rock. Dwayne. He's coming.
Squaw! Holy fuck!
Where's my vape?
Okay. Give me just a moment. I have to double check. I don't know what the fuck that is. We're not using that.
Oh no.
Ah. Go ahead and roll me. Everybody roll me a perception check.
Oh boy. Perception.
Low roll day, brothers.
Kidding.
Low roll day,
Yes,
brothers.
sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, 21, come on.
Yes,
Man,
sir.
hit it.
Perfect. Silveril and Sabine. You would watch as Shane sort of it's in this moment as the cart's being pulled, Shane's sort of having idle conversation. It's hard to tell if it's with himself or just out in the open for anybody to answer to.
Still rolled talk to him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you would hear he's like as he's sort of talking, he's like, I'm loyal to the High Lord and the King, and I'd love to see a land. I've never been that far north. In which, as he's talking, both of you would hear the beating of wings.
Oh boy.
And that's what we're going to call it for tonight.
Fucking
He's back,
hell.
baby. Dwayne, The Rock Johnson. He's coming.
No.
It's just him, his bald ass head with huge wings. Eyebrow raised at the party.
We will pick this up next week on the 1st of July. Thank you guys so much for playing, and thank you guys so much for coming out and welcoming us back.
Absolutely. Thanks for the game.
Mm-hmm.
We will pick it up next week for episode 27, A Hard Place.
Uh-huh.
Is that because we're gonna fuck The Rock? Is that what's going on? Is that what's hard?
For as long as the players wish to stay, they are not beholden to stay. Feel free to use your channel points to highlight your questions, and I will answer them to the best of my ability. Well, Sizzle, based on the progress made today, what do you think of your odds of Yuria coming back in one piece?
Oh, you know, it was pretty good, but then we heard the flapping of wings. So now, you know, maybe it's a good question.
So when's the party coming back to burn the town down?
What the fuck? Party does have a habit of just threatening people casually. Really casually.
Some casual violence for you. No big deal.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Constable tried to take Incineroar. Would have been a really bad time for him.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Not the
And
day
so-
to fuck with the high elf.
So Jordan reports how he got the party back through the blood of the innocent.
I had to slaughter the entire town.
I have to kill them. Oh, I made you a promise. I do not break these things.
What
You have
in
to
the
understand.
world?
They call me Scaling.
Urine, what are you... You're saying you slaughtered the whole of the ferry. What in the fuck is wrong with you?
Look,
Hi,
I-
Gerald. How you?
Shit.
Hi,
I
Gerald.
had
How you
the-
doing? There's some new open real estate over on the ferry. Anybody you think you know could take care of it?
If I had a quarter for every genocide I've committed, I'd have 50 cents.
2 genocides? What was the first one?
The last full episode I caught was like episode 15. So, but you guys are really going to get past level 3? Yes. Their current level 4 resides behind killing the terror of the Southlands. The reason they are still level 3 is because aside from helping Olwyn, they haven't done much.
We've done a lot. We just haven't killed much.
That's fair.
We've
There
talked
has
a
been a
lot.
lot of like inter-party stories, a lot of like a lot of personal growth. There just hasn't been a lot of adventuring.
Yeah, this is in fact an XP-based game disguised as a milestone campaign. Don't get it twisted.
Level 4
Great.
locked
He's
behind
lying to you.
here at the Southlands.
This
That's
shit-
gonna be a minute.
This
Doesn't
was
matter.
milestone. We'll be level 10.
Just out of
College doesn't
curiosity, for the party in combat healing, do they focus on keeping everyone above 50% or only cast healing word on someone knocked down to avoid death saves?
Brother, we didn't have healing word until this session, alright? There's none of
Yeah.
that happening.
Healing. What's that?
What?
You mean hit him, right? That's what you intended
Is
to
that
say?
some sort of murder I don't know about?
How
Hit
hard
points. That means I hit them for how hard.
Eh.
how hard would it have been for the party to have built a raft? When that idea was presented, I was like, damn, that's a pretty neat idea.
Only if the
Yeah.
water flows south is the issue.
Yeah, that would be the problem.
I mean, you can still pull a raft, technically speaking, but it wouldn't. I
It's
don't
one of
know.
those.
It would have been rough going because, like, I don't know. I've had to portage canoes like that in the Boy Scouts, and that's still never a fun time.
Good episode of Naked and Afraid. That bit.
It would.
It was something I tried.
I mean, it's
Was
not
a-
a bad idea. It's just interesting, like logistically, to think about how that would work.
It was a really good idea. I thought that was a very clever thing to suggest. The only issue is, well, like they said, it really doesn't matter which way it was flying, because the moment if we got into combat and whoever was holding onto the raft let go,
Downstream she goes.
come
Without a
sail
paddle.
away with me.
Come sail away.
Yuria becomes the Prince Eric statue.
Yeah, literally, you'll find her in the Carresso campaign as an object.
Like, ooh, what is?
What's
Is there a
this?
waterfall?
Are chromatic dragonborn in your world inherently evil? Or can they choose but just have leaning towards evil? No, they literally have a choice. Most of them are born into a situation where it's just the environment they're around that they're evil. They've met a blue chromatic dragonborn named Barash, who's
if I have anything to say about
who works with the Kingsmen. He's a mute and he hates Tiamat.
What do you mean they have moral complexes? I think that's Tiamat propaganda. You're full of it.
In fact, Barash actively hunts members of the Caustic Heart, which is a cult specifically made for Tiamat.
It's because he has a caustic tongue.
You got it.
Got him.
I'm not allergic to RP experience. If I gave out RP experiences, motherfuckers would be level 20.
True.
This would be the shortest Flagstone campaign that ever fucking existed.
I thought you said this was a
It doesn't have to be a
political.
lot of RP experience.
I thought you said this was a political campaign.
Why you hate us?
There hasn't
Why
been
you hate us?
politics. What politics have you partaken in?
The
Aside from
Kingsmen are politics. Geralt is politics. Just because there's no noble in the room except us doesn't mean it's not
the
politics.
Kingsman is politics.
All right,
The
murdering Hain
Kingsman,
is
Geralt is not
technically-
politics. Geralt likes
Yeah, yes,
you.
he's a mayor.
Politics of
That's politics.
More. Come on. What are you
That's
talking
politics.
about?
He
Yeah,
had
we're
to like us
shifting
because of
landscape.
Silurul's position, and then he kind of grew to like us naturally after the fact.
That's right.
You
That's
know,
right.
that's politics.
That's right. That's right. Tell him.
Flexing your position to get what you want.
No, hold on. What? When did
What?
we? What?
Like, hold
Never
on.
mind. He speaks for himself. All right.
I take that back.
Funded.
I thought you had me.
Yes. In Tyros alone, there are two prominent clans. Clan Drakerock of Tharkin's Deep, the Keepers of Truth, and Clan Honorforge of Bogladir, the Mountain Lords. The only problem is that none of my players ever want to play dwarves.
I said I'd play a
Yeah.
I have one player who's like, man, I fucking love dwarves. Here's my third elf.
That's because he likes playing flawed characters. I told you.
Look, I'm not saying it's me, but you can go fuck yourself. You ever heard that?
I'm not saying it's me, but
It's
If he played a dwarf, he wouldn't have any reason to. There wouldn't be any character growth. He'd already be perfect.
fair.
To that end, my backup
He'd-
character is in fact not a dwarf, but it is something interesting.
He'd start as a stubborn, angry Scotsman, and he'd end as a stubborn, angry Scotsman. It's just that's the path of the dwarf.
I
path
thought to
of
make.
what?
You know the character concept I told you, DM?
Yeah?
I thought to make it a
Was it an
dwarf,
elf?
but then I really want to have a Castilla in this
It's an
setting.
Good. Good.
My backup character is a dwarf.
Nice.
Is she a muscle wizard?
Is she a milf?
No, she is not a muscle wizard, but she is a wizard.
Is
Fuck
she
yeah!
stout?
My backup character is a Sahagin.
Nice. So
Fish.
hog on these balls.
People. So,
These nuts.
How much emotional damage did the party do to the poor cardboard? None.
None yet.
The only like I wouldn't even call it emotional damage. They just brought up a lot of poor subjects for him where they were like
So
where
how's
he-
your dad?
hey, where's how's your dad? Your dad must be proud of you. And he's like, my dad's not here. It's just me. And then brought up the whole, how come people don't like you?
Why are you so weird?
Yeah, why are you? People said that they can't trust you. They said you're weird, and he's like, it's just because I'm nice.
I bet he's literally honest, and that just fucks up the whole
I'm
operation.
either expecting him to be honest, or he's like a fucking mastermind, and this is like the biggest fucking
Dude,
play.
the Giga 4D chess move.
Literally, he's actually like the mayor's son, and he's just playing this like a fiddle.
The moment you guys go to bed, he's taking the cart and is gone.
Absolutely. I just gave the fucking BBEG kid Dexter
here's my-
himself.
I needed
a bag.
100 pounds of obsidian, and you gave me a fucking
That's-
ton.
This guy's like the one honest dude in Riften that follows that warrior around. What's her name? Miol? Fuck, what's
I'll
the
be
guy's
adopting
name?
him soon. It's fine.
You know the guy that follows the lioness around everywhere in Riften?
I know who you're talking about. I don't know his
yeah.
name.
Yeah.
The one who's like,
Fuck, what's his
Huh?
name?
Well, now I want to see the backup characters. DM, kill the party, please. I tried. I only got one.
Aaron. His name is Aaron.
Aaron. Is the primary ingredient of the fairy town's pork Soylent Green? Nope. It's literally that they don't have health standards.
damn.
And they just package it poorly.
You think that stopped us? Have you seen gangs in New York?
I just picture Sillerel going to House Ashford being like, "This city needs a cleansing."
By the ancient rites of Cometh.
But they wouldn't care. That's the issue.
Momo, what are some classes and archetypes that sound interesting to play?
Fuck. I don't know.
A wizard, right?
Hell no.
Oh, a spellcaster, right?
Just full
If I could have a spellcaster that plays like a fighter, that would be sick.
War
Hexblade.
cleric. War
Hexblade.
cleric. War cleric.
No, you're
Or
still
that.
casting spells.
But
You're still beholden to the bullshit spell thing where, oh, you cast a level 1 spell. No, you can't cast another one. I hate that shit.
You said you wanted the
And
whole fighter thing. They punch first and cast spells later.
Yeah.
That's a
not
war
well.
cleric.
I just don't like the rule that I'm beholden to only casting one spell of one type. It annoys me, so I don't like playing them. As a part to like character tropes, I'm always all for you've seen for my last 2 characters, I like either really big characters that are really weak or really small characters that are really strong. It's one of my favorite character tropes, and I usually will exhibit it in many of my characters. As for character race or classes, Druid's my favorite.
Picks a spellcaster.
But I don't play her like one. I literally don't play Druid for their spellcasting.
Moon is for fight.
Casts.
I like
mutagen
Moon
on
Druid.
The Remoras.
I like playing Moon Druid and focusing on melee attacks with my forms and then using spells as utility. That's probably how I like.
Causes the Remoras to enter the worst physical pain ever imaginable. Flee or you die as it's throwing up its insides. Eyes bleeding. Every orifice on its body secreting blood.
Already stun locking at every turn. Like, get his ass!
So if someone played a kobold, then I'd get my kobold lore? Absolutely. If somebody played a kobold, then I would have to write kobold lore.
I mean,
Yeah.
Quasimodo.
usually help. Like, we really try to help the DM pad things out, because if it was all him, it'd be a lot of work, right? And it also helps the players that are in the group make it like their thing in a way too.
Oh, for sure. When I do write-ups and stuff like that for aside from like factions and shit, if it's like towns, cities, races, locations, religions, shit like that, if it's a player who wants to be a part of that thing, I generally give a lot of creativity to the player if I don't already have something written in stone. And even if I do have something written in stone, I'm more than happy to bend it to accommodate what the player wants.
It's a great system.
okay, but what if what I want is not death?
What?
Ooh, sorry, fresh out.
You're playing a dragonborn. What are you talking about?
Sorry, fresh out.
You're not-
We're only
I don't
You
serving
don't have to
death
deal
today.
with death. You brought death into your own
That's
backstory.
I don't want death.
Then change your backstory.
I meant my death, like me being dead.
Oh, Yuria?
Yuria?
Change your backstory.
I'm literally invincible. My backstory is that I never fail.
You're an
It's
NPC.
there. Nice.
You get all of my natural 20s.
Ah, perfect.
To the
Finally,
party.
it's happening.
What do you think your chances of getting Yuria back are?
I refuse to answer that because if I say pretty good, we're doomed.
Depends on what this
Yeah.
thing overhead is.
Here I am.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we know exactly what it is.
Well, I mean, last time we had to roll pretty.
I mean, 96 is pretty high.
Yeah, but we rolled low first, then
We
high.
did roll low and then high. We rolled a 30 and then we rolled a 90.
No, we rolled like a 9 last time.
This is assuming the DM didn't just want the rock to show up because he thought the story was.
That's also
Hey,
fair.
gamers! Where's
Yeah,
my
so
chicken
if it-
nuggets?
If
Hey.
it's the rock, then
You lied. Friends don't lie.
I thought this schedule was great, by the way.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah, I'm not nearly as destroyed.
Perfect.
Right? Like, I'm not tired, and I like that. I feel
I'm
like I
not
could give
tired
it.
and I like that.
Yeah, I feel like I could give it my 100% to the end rather than fray off into a.
Question for Momo. Will the new episodes of SOE be highlighted?
Yeah. It's just the. There's no blame, but the person who was highlighting them stopped and did not tell me, so they were lost. But the new ones I'm manually highlighting.
Oh. Okay.
So yeah, they'll be highlighted.
That's right, Ed Tastic. It's a gourmet dish. It's pork tartare.
Hate that.
Except you immediately get E. coli. You also get dysentery, and you die on the Oregon Trail.
This is the shortest Oregon Trail ever.
It is. It's 2 days, and
Oh,
you
I'm
died
sorry.
halfway through.
We put the E in there. I meant to say Oregon Trail.
See, the problem is that you're gonna wake up, and you're gonna be like,
Good.
"Where's
Good,
my
funny.
what's that taste?" And Shane had fed you all pork while you slept.
Oh no. No.
Yo, pork tartare and chicken tartare? Yo, that's just gourmet, brother. This is some real gourmet shit. I know it is. You don't have to tell me I bought it.
You know, honestly, see, this is what we're missing. Nobody's playing a bugbear who would just go in and grab a handful of whatever the pork is and just eat it.
Yo,
More
what
for
the
me.
fuck?
We'll
What's
let this
great
guy
is, I've said it before, I love the current party, right? The fact that Yuria got petrified is literally just incredibly bad luck. Like a natural one followed by a natural one.
It's the first. Wow, how did that even happen? That we have CTF guys. Everyone applaud, clap. The dual ones.
I love the current party. I also am super fascinated with the backup characters because the backup characters give me like an adventure party vibe.
Chaos is imagine.
You have a dwarf, a dragonborn, you have a slayer, you have like all of these weird things coming together. Which like looks like it should belong on the cover of like like Dragon magazine and shit like that.
That's not true. We don't have a tiefling.
I can change that, you know.
Let's
do
go.
That.
Yeah, true.
Like, wait a minute. I'm not straight. I can absolutely make a tiefling. What?
I've got room.
But yeah, I love all the backup characters and I love the current party.
I love that.
The current party is very like the whole party is the face, if that makes sense, because it's all humans and elves. There's no oddity among them aside from like heights, right?
Dick.
But then you go to like the other party and it's like there's a fucking dwarf and a dragonborn and a dude with weird teal eyeballs and
We got a little creative in the appearance modifier menu. This is the pattern of every party, because by the third campaign, we're gonna be like, here's Hansy the Snake with 27 mage hands.
yep.
Here's my character. It's a kobold who only eats spaghetti. Enjoy.
What? Oh, I didn't even see this. Jablaine, thank you very much for the tip. That's very kind of you. Great session. Thank you very much for the kind words. So we all agree that we're adopting Shane as a party pet. Finn first, Shane second.
I
Question.
only met this guy for 5
Are you
minutes.
sure we can have two boys?
Well, we technically have Siluril, who needs a squire, and then Alaric can have a
Jesus
squire.
Christ, you guys can't just harem every
Alaric can't have a squire.
under every dude under the age of 25 who happens to be a shepherd hand and not a complete dick. You can't just turn them into your own harem. Okay?
Alaric is a squire.
Put that back where you found it.
Meets a kind character. I'm adopting him.
Mine. Grabs him by the head. What are you, a level 0 peasant? You're mine now. You'll love me forever. This is my familiar, DM.
That's a whole ass man.
Question.
No, he's not. He's a
what?
He's a shepherd. He's a shepherd.
He's a shepherd.
That's a
Shepherd.
class.
Shepherd.
Progressy.
Grunt.
All right, shepherd. Question for Elric. Do you believe that your arch rival, Baron, has come back for a rematch?
With the flapping of wings? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
When
It's
pigs
that
fly.
motherfucker. It's him. It's him!
You look
Right.
up and
Holy
fucking
shit.
Sabaton plays. The winged
Yeah.
hussar. He's fucking descending from the air.
It's our wrong
On the back of a rock. They've allied. He went east.
He's pulling up his sleeves to show like fully detailed muscled arms.
Are those fists? Damn right. Show 'em, pig.
Oink.
Oink.
Can we talk about how the pot stuff people in their pot? Yes. When they ask that question in character. I eagerly await that conversation.
I'd like to keep the illusion that my character actually enjoys Finn and doesn't think of it as some sort of extra dimensional horror. So I won't ask that question out of respect. And because I know.
I want to keep Finn happy in my mind.
I can't wait for Finn to get popped and for like just blood to go everywhere and everyone's just horrified.
Like a fucking water balloon.
Yeah. The entire room is just red now. And everyone's just standing there
Take
in horror.
D10 psychic damage.
Yeah, if you're not
That'll be fun.
if you're not at all familiar with Elden Ring, which is where the warrior jars come from, when they die, it's a very violent explosion.
It's particularly explosive.
Shrapnel from the jar goes everywhere, and the insides become outsides, and the everything within a 10-mile radius, effectively, becomes coated in a fine mist.
You just take a blood bag and you slap it.
You
what happens.
spike it against the linoleum floor is what you do, and that's the
Yep.
result you get. That's right, Fountain.
Water balloon fight.
Sizzle wheel like a good twink. Jesus.
That's fine. Appreciate them from a distance. It's like nature, okay? You gotta adore them in their natural habitat and respect where they come from, okay? You can't just put a leash on it and be like, mine now. Okay?
I'm glad you guys like the character.
Respect nature.
Like, this man has been nice to us. We are keeping him.
You have showed me niceness.
Literally just garrote him and drag him along is what the party wants to do right now.
We just blackjack him over the back of the head.
Literally.
My favorite part is that I built Erm's Ferry on stream, and I rolled for attitudes of the entire town. Generally, the major points of interest, which are the NPCs and shit that you meet, like the innkeeper, the ferryman, the shipwright, shit like that. There's a lot of fucking assholes.
Nice.
Shane was like the first good character. Like,
Yeah, I think
like friendly attitude off the bat.
that's why like all he has to do is say, hello, good sir, and it's just instantly there's a bag on his head. You are being saved.
Hello, my
Do
lord.
not resist.
What's happening?
Just Alric on one side, Siluro on the other, grabbing him by the shoulder.
Escorting him out of the town. Whether he wants
have-
to or not.
We have a new family for you. Guinevere has always wanted children, you know.
Oh my god.
She has good cooking. Smile.
See, at least your players adopt simple little farm boy twinks as pets. My party keep adopting hot war criminal ladies. Hey,
Are you saying
I
Nice.
mean, that sounds pretty good.
Are you saying I wouldn't? That's not adoption though. She adopts you, preferably.
What?
What?
we all need femme fatales, war criminals in our lives. I mean,
Tales.
come on.
We all
True.
got our decisions to make.
Honestly, true.
There's a whole world for these people to explore. They've touched a tiny itty bitty bit. The war criminal hot ladies are out there, and the hot dudes.
Let's go.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, you think I'm just stopping with introducing moms in this campaign? Oh no. No, we're exploring all avenues.
Dads?
I was gonna
Uncles?
say,
Wait, no.
we need some more moms because we need to balance out SOE.
Brother.
I mean, that was already meant to be the whole like, hey, meet Guinevere.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh.
Amira's not a mom. She's too young to be a mom. That's like
Yeah.
people who call any hot woman over 25 a MILF.
That's the anime version of MILF.
Amira is just a really nice, wholesome dwarf.
Over 19.
She's a good dwarf.
MILF.
Also,
Her
the
dad's
hottest
just-
character presented to us thus far.
That's
Have her dad following me.
I mean, this town is already like a introduction to the whole thing, right? You have
The
like
whole fetish.
yeah, all of it. You'll meet the Witch of the Woods, and you'll understand the goth
no.
mommy.
Oh
I-
shit! He brought Ranny.
Oh.
All right.
It's my
I
world.
just-
It can be any way I want it to be.
It's so funny to me that like we go to Elion and it's like the San Fran of fucking towns. It is just hot people and people who like get up and greet the day, and then we go to the ferry and it's like actual human beings who like
It is
have, like,
quite literally the
wake
most
up with crust in
realistic.
their eyes. No wonder they hate Elion. Probably just
Bunch
hate him
of
because like
fucking morning people. Who fucking gets up that early?
it's
Bunch of
raining.
cunts.
The fucking old
Yeah.
guy who like runs his business, probably, you know, not perfect hair, just being compared with Geralt. You know, the Ian and Elion's is way more hospitable.
I know it is.
See, it's because we're protagonists. We're attractive, so immediately that's like there's something up with them.
That's all I hear every time. Geralt this, Geralt that. I know.
He's the mayor too.
I'm trying.
God, she's so great. They come off the ferry. Ah, jeez, I can't wait to get to Elion and sell my goods.
Just seething.
Well, you could sell them here. No, I'm gonna go to Elion.
I fucking hate them, Elion.
Sons of bitches.
Last two questions. So, party, any idea how to deal with your good old buddy, The Rock, next session? If that is the return of The Rock, that is, could be dragon or something wild like that. Smiley face.
Well, see, this is really the reason we brought Shane along as tribute. So we just ditch him, and then we're good.
me.
Ultimate anime betrayal.
You know, we can't take her.
We just grab Shane, throw him off, hiya, towards Elion.
There was
You
nothing
ever,
there.
you ever seen skeet shooting? That's what happens to Hayne, or to
What do you
Shane.
mean going back?
Said,
No. You're staying here, my friend.
"Hey, can I see my bag back real quick?" Oh, thanks. Throws him off. Grand Theft Auto style.
There's literally
He's got
just
about 10 minutes spare in there.
spray of red mist as he's killed off screen.
We tell no one.
So
Never
when does,
happened, right? Right.
when does the party go to the island of hot Amazonian warriors? It's out there.
Well, we found
It's out there,
one.
brother. I got
Didn't sail the veil.
Relevant to my interest. Sorry, what?
if you think that the northern raiders are only burly Aesir men, There are plenty of Norscan women who are invading as well.
Oh no, they're invading. What shall we do? Oops, my hand slipped. The gate's open. What? Sorry, guys. We've been captured.
Surrounded by buff, hot
It's
North
just
women.
The Rin dynasty's seething. How do they keep invading our impenetrable fortresses?
Why does Weimar's gates keep falling? The guardsmen at Weimar. I could just open the gate.
No one has to know.
Getting killed by a northerner's not bad, especially if it's a hot lady one.
Flash tits for open gate, just on the sign.
It's like, if you open the gate, you get to marry a Norsican wife, and the guards just start
He's already
scrambling.
fumbling with the gate lock, like,
Come here!
the other guardsmen are like, wait.
I am a pious man. I will never betray the will of the gods. Count Frollo, there's a hot Amazonian woman with no shoes on outside.
Like, throws one of his fucking colleagues off the wall. Out of the way, bitch!
They're signaling the gate to be opened. Aren't there invaders outside? They're getting really insistent. Like,
It's like that one gif that was on Twitter a while back where it's like, no, I'm being chased by big, hot, scary. Oh no, I've fallen.
Never shall I do.
Ooh, like looking
What's
back a
the-
whole bunch.
What's the fucking meme that I think Momo posted where it's like this fish monster and the girl's like, oh no, and then it like it stands up and it's this hot pot and he's like, oh my god.
Oh shit, hi.
Oh no, I'm being chased. I hope they don't get me. Slows down. Why'd you slow down? I'm tired.
I'm clumsy.
Sorry.
Whoops.
You said Fishman rising out of the water, and all I could think of was this.
I fell.
Bends down for a moment to purposefully untie shoes and then trips the next step. Whoops. All right, final question, and then we're calling it. To the party, how does it feel to be stuck between a rock and a hard place?
Not good, man.
I mean, we're just gonna talk it out. We're just gonna talk it out.
Mm.
We're literally just gonna
You
talk.
know, after seeing a fucking title like that, I wonder if D&D's really right for me.
Yeah?
Yeah, you know, I think I might just go back to Conan. You know, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, why you gotta make a pun, by the way?
Yeah, that was kind of Krongo.
What the fuck are you talking? Most of my campaign names, most of my episode names have been a pun in some shape or form. A heinous crime was literally episode 1. A heinous
true.
crime.
Oh,
Heinous.
thought of that.
Hain keep.
People didn't even know.
Heinous.
Alright. Yeah, you know, this continuous
I'm a
degradation.
fucking
just to
genius.
win the argument does not
Holy
bode well for
shit.
you in the long term.
Okay.
All right. Yes, there are changelings. They're generally considered monsters. Most people kill them.
All right, but like how hard?
What?
I said, but like how hard do they kill them?
I'm pretty sure it's like a trophy in Shademore
Well, I mean, yeah, that's Shademore though.
and in Malgrove.
Or are not very creative
everywhere.
people, and they don't understand the value of something that can change their body to whatever you want. I'm just
Like, changelings are horrifying. They are the most horrifying.
Are you sure?
In terms of like humanoids that are able to fully replicate you, yes. I mean, the only other thing that would be as bad but not fully capable of moving would be an Ublex.
I mean, if
Or
is
a doppelganger,
is
full-blooded.
it really cheating if it's just me?
Most people are very prejudiced towards changelings.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get
Stealing your identity's a no-no. I understand.
caught, don't be surprised if there's a noose waiting for you, or a steak waiting for you.
Yo, a steak? Let's go.
Yeah, that's right. Step on up.
Delicious.
Right. Thank you all very much for
It's
playing.
possible.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Don't I have it listed somewhere?
You
Player
don't.
information.
You have. It is not one of the races on there.
Ooh, fair point.
I know because I looked.
I do not have it listed as a playable race or a player race in ATIS.
You want these nuts?
We'll talk. Thank you guys for playing.
Yep.
I hope
We'll
that you all have a good night.
I love how you respond to "You want teas nuts." We'll talk.
Nice. We'll talk.
That's not what I said. Go ahead and say goodbye to chat.
40.
Chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Bye bye, chat.
I'm dying.
Die well.
All right. I'll be back in just a moment.
You want teas nuts?
Jesus Christ. Goodbye, doomed players indeed. I eagerly await what happens next week when the players find themselves at whatever the mercy is of the thing flying overhead. Until then, thank you guys for coming out and supporting the players and myself. You guys were amazing. I really enjoyed having you here. Thank you guys for making this a nice return to form. I love D&D, and I'm really glad that I get to share it with you guys. So thank you very much. I hope that you guys have a good night. I hope that you will get to enjoy your weekend wherever you are, and I hope that you stay safe. Don't forget to join our community Discord, as Zebus has been so kind as to link. We have a lot of really lovely people on there. They're really nice. And it is a place, a community, a haven for you to look for TTRPGs, as well as potentially run them yourself, should that interest you. However, until such a time, I look forward to seeing you this Sunday for the Secrets of Eris as well, for when the party faces off against the bodies in the water. Until then, stay safe, hug your loved ones, tell them that you love them, and good night, everybody.